folks, live from Osaka, Kansai region, Japan. This is the 63rd edition of Sumabato, coming to you the English restream here on twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp, your home for some of the best Smash action to be found anywhere in the world, all around the world. Thank you for joining us here on this early morning in the United States. Maybe going towards late night. For those of you out on the West Coast. Or if you're in Europe having some bangers and mash with a spot of smash, certainly appreciate that. And hopefully your morning is going pretty good for you. I'm Stu, the announcer. Watch is the producer, and we're going to be watching Sumabato 63 happening from Osaka, Japan. A strong bracket thus far, and if our producer could go ahead and pull that up, please. As you can see, the winners bracket looking particularly strong with Mia and I believe Raki going into top 8. Mia getting a little bit of a trouble there in top 16 against Mark, strangely enough. But then again, we do know that the Game & Watch matchup does have its struggles. Hurt making their way into top 8 just now. That is a relatively new development over Masa. So the Snake Falco matchup still Hurt, having plenty of experience in that realm, going to go into top 8 winner side, as might be expected from someone of Hurt's caliber. Ashimo, multiple-time Sumabato champion, including that first one, that dramatic victory over Akala in Sumabato 51, makes his way into top 8. 3-0 over T. Ashimo only suffering the one round loss in winner's side top 16. And over on the loser's side is where we were going to be picking up just a little bit more of the action. And we do have T, I believe, projected. Oh, excuse me. I do believe, are we looking at projected winners here? Yeah, no, we're showing projected winners. I'm sorry. That is, we have not seen any development on Hurt and Masha, but you would think that maybe Hurt has that on lock. But that's, as you can see, I'm not looking at the same screen, but yeah, Mark, after a strong showing against Mia, is hanging out in losers round 6 of that loser side. Karage being in there as well after an early entry into the losers bracket. Karage right now on a 5-match win streak going into that side of the bracket. Gankuro doing quite well for himself in this tournament, has got that one entry out of the way in loser's side and is waiting the winner of one matchup. However, the winner of that one slated to face T, who again losing 3-0 to Ashimo. And that is the way it looks tonight, or today, if indeed you are watching over on that side of the world. And folks, gotta say, it is a beautiful, has to be a beautiful day over in Osaka. It's always a beautiful day when you're going up into Smash and playing a few games with your friends. So hopefully we can enjoy some of that. And we are going to get into the action. I believe we are going to join it, I believe, with Hurt versus Masa, which is still in progress, despite what my screen said. But it is, it will be Snake versus Falco on our screen imminently, I do believe. And yes, indeed, 1-1. So a little bit as not as decided as I made it out to be initially, and I do apologize for that error. But Hurt right now at 165, Masa, well, all you need is a chip and a chair, but right now you need 2 stocks in quick succession. Falco is capable of doing that. You are capable of getting those characters into the cutscene combos, as those of us in the West like to call it. But to be able to utilize the highest jump in the game in order to do so. And it's nice when you're chasing Snake down, but unless you're able to connect, not able to do much with it. The survivability of Hurt, however, is something to be admired. And just going to not even giving up the ghost yet at 197, hanging on at the ledge, trying to bait Masa into an interaction, but seems to be so good. And that is the Japanese playstyle personified, is it? Bait an interaction and punish, but Masa is inevitably finding that killing blow, but kind of two stocks to do it. Now you're sitting at 131. It might not be looking too great for our intrepid Falco hero. Hurt right now. Doing absolute work on that first stock. It must be said, there is a reason why Hurt is the number 3 ranked player in the world. Masa not doing too bad in his own right. I believe number 19 in Japan, and on his own, able to take games off of Hurt, but Hurt, the adaptability, just absolutely impeccable. Utilizing the shine, as you would try to do against Snake. You would expect that, but yeah, the thing is that those explosions kind of sneak up out of nowhere. So Hurt is going to take the 3rd game in this best of 5 clip. And now Masa is needing to make some considerations here. Again, Hurt doing so well for himself, a native of Kagoshima, Japan, which is on the very southern tip of Kyushu Island. So doing a little bit of work, maybe pulling for the SoftBank Hawks in the Japan series, which is happening against all the Osaka, the Kansai region's Hanshin Tigers, should be noted. But the astute viewers among you noticed that I was wearing yellow and black for that exact reason. So there you go, Tigers. But you know what? It's fondness for the Hawks aside, you still got to take down a bird one way or another, and Masa is such bird as we are going to step into the octagon of Smashville for game number 4. Again, back and forth action, but it's still Masa is able to get the better of Hurt if you're able to just keep it to full-blown fisticuffs. It's Metal Gear Solid, right? You're not really supposed to be fighting with your hands all that much, so it makes sense, but yeah, someone's gonna comment saying how Star Fox is literally a game where you're in a spaceship. I don't want to hear it, guys. We're going to see. Point being that Falco doing quite tidy work with the hands. Unfortunately, you do like to be in the air, but only on your own terms. And Hurt is so good at trapping you into these interactions and utilizing the Kita as well. You want to go to the ledge. It's waiting right there for you too. Hurt getting the first stock after being beat up just a little bit by Falco, being taken into triple digits. As Hurt is going to utilize the dash attack to get just a little bit more space, but maybe an irrecoverable position as Masa able to chase him down and take another stock. In return, we are at 2 apiece on Smashville. The shines, again, you want that in your face because it's the how you command the negative space that's so important in so many of these interactions in Smash, isn't that right? And it's why you're able to. It's a game that's all about positioning, and thus the space in between the two characters is going to be of paramount importance, especially in such a defensively minded game like a platform fighter. So if a character has explosive projectiles, you need to be able to neutralize that. That shine does just enough. The reflector, I should say. It's yeah, it's it's sorry. Oh. Yeah, for a second, I thought that was another voice in my ear. It just turns out it was someone else in the background. But that's the nature of the game when it comes to remote commentary, and that is the nature of the game when you are fishing for down tilts. Generally speaking, a character is going to have a better one than you if you're playing Falco. And, well, Hurt showing that almost costing Masa the stock. Interaction at the ledge. Hurt getting the better of that one as well. And you see a lot of Hurt trying to go to the ledge. I mean, so much of Smash strategy can boil down to if you're holding center stage and you're doing pretty well for yourself. But cheeky little flick of the heel is going to take Masa's stock. However, it's going to be a full-blown F smash that gets rid of Hurt's second. And we are drawn up at 1 apiece. Masa playing for the winner's side life and a chance to upset Hurt. However, it's Hurt who has the eyes on the prize, trying to get a good performance or make a good showing out of this one. Hurt has won a Sumabato before. You'd have to go all the way back to 48 for the last time they put their hands on the Sumabato trophy. Masa is going to look to prevent that from happening, as we are going to see this Falco with the ever so slight advantage. But the more you let the more balls that Snake has flying through the air, no danger of dropping them because they're blowing up on you. Oh man, it stays out so long. Got connected with the hitbox and just interrupted the damage. The reflector coming out, and Masa doing work and finding a way through, but can he find a path to victory? The answer yet to be seen. However, that forward air has done quite a bit of work for Masa thus far. Can it seal the deal? You would have to think you're looking for a back air if you want something with enough concussive force to do the job, at least from center stage. Will you even get a chance to do it? The Nikita is going to find you and hit the mark in a second one as well. Hurt. Oh, when you have a weapon like the Nikita, you are a bird whose wings are getting clipped. Masa, it was a good effort, but as soon as the feet left the ground, you knew that was all she wrote. Hurt's story yet to be written. The last Sumabato victory that Hurt has was Sumabato 48. That is going all the way back to 2004, June of 2024, I should say. And yeah, that victory 3-1 over Shirayuki, the score is reflected here in this top 8 qualification. And that is our top 8 qualifiers. And we're just going to go over that real quickly. If you could please pull that up on the screen. Mia going up 3-0. And even though there was a scare in Winner's top 16, we do see Mia going on to face off against Raki, who is qualifying by a score of 3-1 there as well. So that is going to be a top 8 match that we are certainly going to be looking forward to. And on the other side, well, we've had it decided here before our very eyes. It will be Hurt going up against Ashimo, who seems to be the main protagonist here at these Sumabato events. Ever so often, like, you see Ashimo making this run with this Ryu and just punching his way to the top of the bracket. And he will have to do so against the tactical espionage smasher himself, Hurt. And on the other side of the bracket, I mean, some absolute sharks swimming in the Sea of Japan here, as we see just a plethora of top names going in through here. Obviously, the freshly demoted names that were coming through, like T and Masa, but also Karage, who's been on a 5-6 match win streak. You know, HL Mile. Oh my goodness gracious, that guy. I mean, what a run he was on, but unfortunately falling short. And actually, to the same person that took out Rizeyasu. That's interesting enough. But winner that and Karage. Speaking of Falcos, but we're going to keep on going here. And yeah, it was Snow versus Karage on loser's side, and Mark as well. That is going to be so fun. Oh wait, yeah, Mark is going up against. Let me just go ahead and. Oh, folks, I have to apologize. I need to brush up on my.
That's Saiia.
Oh, that is Saiia. You're right. Yeah. Okay, folks, I need to brush up on my hiragana clearly, but it's unless that's katakana, in which case I really need to. But Gankoro as well. That's an interesting name to see at this point in the bracket. I have to say. It is going to be interesting to see how some of these interactions play out in the loser's side, because again, you're talking about such a high quality bracket with such good players. It is nothing is guaranteed, no matter who you are. As a matter of fact, we see Rizeyasu already out in a position, and level 1 as well. So not something that not something that maybe you were expecting to see, but nonetheless, we are going to see Mark versus Saiia here in the in losers round 6. I believe this is top 12. No, top. This is losers top 16, isn't it? So let's see, and then it's top 12, and then we go into losers side top 8. There we go, folks. Sometimes you just got to talk it out amongst yourself, and that's what I will be doing for the next couple of hours. So I better get used to it. Once again, I'd like to thank you for watching twitch.tv/VGBootcamp for this English restream of Sumabato 63 coming to you live from Osaka, Japan. It is quite the place to be in the fall, so I've heard, the Kansai region. It's something that I hope to experience myself one day. But I know that I'm not alone out there. I know that some of you are thinking the exact same thing, and I certainly appreciate you all rocking out with me. And it's hey, whether you're watching here or maybe EE put the audio on, certainly appreciate y'all rocking out. However you're enjoying Smash, I appreciate y'all doing it. So, yeah. What else can we say but thank you? I suppose that's decent enough. And hey, if you are in the chat, tell us where you're watching from. I always like to hear that. Myself, I am broadcasting live from Waco, Texas. And if you've never been to Waco, you're not missing much. I figured that was a pretty funny way to end that thought. Anyway, we are going in with Ice Climbers versus Game & Watch. It is a matchup that you do not think of all that often when it comes to the meta of this game. It is a matchup that we have seen at the top levels of the game prior. However, we're going to get into it now. Game number 1, and Saiia versus Mark, and again, just establishing the neutral. And yeah, you are going to see many a Game & Watch up B in this particular matchup, I would imagine. Just a little get off me move to get either Popo or Nana off of you. Certainly an appreciated option, I would imagine. Saiia, I do not believe, is ranked in Japan, but number 29 seed in this tournament. Of course, this subtracts all the top talent from across the country. Saiia, nonetheless, done quite well to get to this point in the bracket. Already outperforming the seed, and now has a chance to do work against Mark, making his mark against Mark, if you will. See, the best commentators would have had that the first time, so I do appreciate y'all being patient. F tilts, getting Nana off of the way, out of the way, excuse me. Side B, you never want to be splitting the party, either in D&D or in Smash, and certainly that is the case for Ice Climbers. Anytime you are able to get rid of that second fighter, you have to make a priority of it. But right now, it seems like it's doing mostly the job of just tanking a lot of the damage, because you do not see that damage counter going up. Oh, the belay is going to cost her Nana, but the Sopo coming out, and well, there's no puppet character to hide behind right now. You're simply going to have to eat the down smash into F smash, which 7 years later still feels wrong to say. But I do say that as someone who played Game & Watch in Smash 4. It's going to be leveled rather easily, though, by Saiia. We go to 2 stocks apiece. Yeah, talking about the bomb, I am going to go a little bit into this, because the one of the more frustrating elements to having to play around if you were a Game & Watch main, I would imagine, was the difference between the forward airs between Smash 4 and Ultimate. Like, people have come to utilize the bomb rather effectively, but having the Metric card before, or credit card, or whatever you decide to call it, Metric card, can you tell I'm from Tri-State? But yeah, it's just a quick little disjoint. You get a little bit of knockback, you just get some heavy damage, and well, people have come to utilize the bomb. It's definitely tricky, but You can cancel it out if it's if it gets hit, if you do damage to it. It might not blow up all the time. It's a little bit more finicky than just a straight up box that you're hurling, but nonetheless, it is a tool that you're able to utilize. You can wall characters out if they're not able to react quickly enough, especially on fastfall. You can control the pace of it, and certainly, yeah, that's what happens, man. They're looking for the fastball. You give them the changeup, and sometimes they just ain't ready. Mark is going to take full advantage of that. Get Popo's feet off of the ground and finish him off midair. That's why you use the turtle. Mark, however, again, leveling it at just about the same percentage. So, Ices, turns out, are pretty decent at getting KOs. Who would have thought? Again, if you're trying to split the party here, you're doing not too badly, Mark. Just tagging on the damage. And up airs from Game & Watch, everyone's favorite move. You talk about the differences between Smash 4 and Ultimate. That move received quite a bit of overhaul. That was a kill confirm in Smash 4, but then again, down throw into up air was a kill confirm for, I think, half the cast. The less we say about that, the better. Oh, but we are going to talk about Saiia breaking the ice. All you got to do is just break it up a little bit with the hammer. Nothing wrong with that. And it's going to be an up air that confirms off the top. Yeah, it's not so funny when it happens to you, is it now, Game & Watch? That is going to be a game number 1 victory for the Ices. Saiia, of course, the number 29 ranked seed in this tournament, doing quite well to make it to this point. Obviously, ambitions to go even further than this. But as for Saiia themselves, having to go up against Mark, who has done quite well to make it to this point in of themselves. As we go to game number 2 on small battlefield, Mark, I mean, it's maybe a little bit of a change for this Yoshi main, going in as Game & Watch, the number 61 seed in the number 61 ranked player in the world, I should say. Done quite well as Yoshi and made their mark on some of these tournaments. No pun intended there. If it's intended, you'll know. But making their mark on a few of these tournaments in the past. We have seen this Yoshi go far at excuse me. Yeah, at other tournaments in the past. So it's again 61st ranked in the world thus far, but we have seen him at a couple of the landmarks, Kagurabi and whatnot, but again, this Game & Watch, obviously well practiced. You certainly have your share of Game & Watch icons that you can oh, beautifully done, that you can learn from, Mia being among them. Mia, who is in winner's side top 8. And yeah, you're just piling on the damage, and you are doing more than juggling when you're throwing. You are actively keeping the 2 Ices up in the air, and Mark, you have to be able to press buttons pretty quickly if you're going to juggle the Ices like that, and Game & Watch is certainly capable of doing that. Folks, what can we say? E-games, watch. Mark now approaching triple digits. Of course, Game & Watch, one of the lighter characters in the game, and Ices does have the power to take these stocks at relatively early percentages, but you do have to be able to combat that. You have to get Game & Watch away from the buttons, and right now, Saiia has not been able to do just that. Whiffing on the grab, that was maybe the opportunity, but you're finding the mark with the F smash. You're not giving this Icy any opportunity to do anything. That might have... Was that a 0 to death? No, it wasn't. Certainly not, right? I mean, Game & Watch is a popular pocket pick. It always has been. And I can talk a little bit about that in the later part of it, after this game is done. But yeah, Mark utilizing a pocket Game & Watch to decent effect. It's always been an anti-meta pick. People were not looking at this character as a popular choice to win a major as a solo main. Mia is the one who changed the conversation about that. Although Meister certainly came close on a number of occasions, most popularly, I believe, at Frostbite in 2020, I want to say. But the year where MK Leo went Byleth in the finals. But back airs from Saiia, just trying to... Yeah, now you have to swing for the fences. You don't really have a choice, but only now that you get a little bit of traction under you. Ironic for an ice-based character. But this Icy looking just a little bit slippery to the touch for Mark. Trying to find it, but not going to. You will instead find the blunt end of the hammer, courtesy of the back air. And now we are at one stock apiece. Credit to Saiia for drawing things up so close, but how far can you really take this is the question. Looking for just a little bit more, and dash attack on the belay. That's smart. Looking for the desyncs, but sometimes you just got to work in tandem. And is it going to work out for Saiia here, staying just out of range of the F-tilt? Telegraphing the smash attacks is nary a way to win a tournament. Maybe we're seeing the difference between a pocket Game & Watch and a main Game & Watch. Dare I say, the risk of being cheeky. F-tilt, good air dodge out of the way by Saiia. And all of a sudden, this is looking close to... Oh, beautiful on the desync. Saiia, the reverse 3-stock and getting out of the seat. Saiia, you can't really blame him for that one. That is a 2-0, and Mark is looking perplexed. You can't really blame him because that is a good performance that you simply could not close out on. Like, what else are you gonna do? We are going to see Mark go with the Yoshi. The Game & Watch has been abandoned, and we will now see the Yoshi, how that fares against the Ices. It was not a bad thought to go Game & Watch, but you simply could not find that last stock. Saiia locking in to take 3 successive stocks. It is that's a brutal way to lose it, I gotta say. And we are now going to see even more. Saiia, okay, getting connected on with that forward air. Maybe a little bit more familiar with the... It's not too hard to explain Yoshi's aerials. They're pretty good. Who would have thought, right? But... Trying to get back on stage. Air dodges back to the platform. A great parry on the down air. It's like you're catching onto the rhythm pretty clearly. However, just not nearly enough to garner the advantage that you need. And now this Icy making the short rail ride from Kyoto to Osaka here today, on the verge of taking out the number 61 in the world. Not necessarily uncharted territory for Saiia, however, still an impressive result if you're able to get it. The singular ice block. It's just that little bit of damage. You're not looking at it as a means of piling up damage. You're looking at it as a way of trying to control the movement of the Yoshi. And obviously, you know that the Yoshi wants to implement an offensive measure in the air, but there is value of keeping it off of the ground as well. 2 stocks apiece right now, but Saiia with a decisive advantage. We're seeing why Mark might have hesitated to go Yoshi in the first place. But man, that reverse 3 stock was such a big deal in order to get all the way here, you know. Last time he appeared at a Sumabato, I believe, was last. It was actually last month, finishing in 97th. He's already improved on this record here, on the cusp of qualifying for top 12. But not quite yet. Need to get this last hit in order to go to final stock, which you do, courtesy of the back air. You want to hang yourself out to dry. That's more than cool with me. Treat it like batting practice. But you never turn your back on a monster. That is going to be a perfectly placed up tilt. That gets you all the way to last stock. Mark fighting for their tournament life here. Saiia shooting for glory. Does have a prior tournament record against Mark, and it's actually pretty even, all things considered. This being the rubber match, since Mark has not yet taken out the icy. The red light lies sometimes, folks. The top players in the world, they know that, but Saiia taking it as gospel, but it is going to be the dunk that does it. And even though on paper, Mark could not find the path to victory, sometimes you just got to ride that dinosaur until the very end of the path to see the most beautiful of sights. And indeed, culminating in that forward air on game number 3, Mark is not done yet. Sometimes it really is just raw damage output, isn't it? And the threat of some things in Yoshi's arsenal, certainly that forward air, could deter Saiia. But we will simply have to see. Sticking with the Yoshi. For context, they have played the only times that they have played in best of 5s, at least in the past 5 matches, the only time they played best of 5s, Saiia won 3-0 each time. And these were, I think, online matches. But here we go with game number 4, small battlefield. You want to shorten up that battlefield, certainly. I would imagine if you're Yoshi, it would be beneficial. Even though, yeah, you don't get the utility from your egg nearly as much, you are able to threaten just being able to short hop in. Oh, you know what? Forget about your short hop nairs. Let's talk a little bit about shield breaks, huh? Ice Climbers knows a little bit about that, and boy, oh boy, Mark getting hit with the sheer cold. It's a one-hit KO, and Saiia takes it 3 stocks to 2. But hey, if sheer cold's hitting, that means Saiia is at least the same level as Mark. You never know. I wonder if that was a that was strange. Either way, folks, we are watching a pretty decent contest here, but Saiia, seemingly with the upper hand on this Yoshi, does have experience with both against both the Game & Watch and the Yoshi of Mark. It should be said.
このストック取っていきたい。いやでもね、スマッシュ怖いんだよな、こうなってくると。急に来ますからね、ポーンって言って。いや、もうね、これ普通にクラウドより強い。それは言い過ぎ。さあ、だが、あー、ばらいばらいばらいばらい。いやでも、やばい。そう見えてきたかも。耐えんの
Tilt. Breaks it up. Breaks his face. 2 stocks apiece. Mark, however, on the verge of losing that stock as Saiia so rudely interrupted me. But you know what? I guess he got permission. You are on your way to losers top 12 if you get this final stock. And well on the way to doing that, just piling up damage. And now Saiia is dialed in. There will be no happenstance like there was in Game 4. Controlling the movement of this Yoshi. However, the Yoshi fighting back, utilizing a short hop up airs to try to get any sort of scooping. You can't just rely on fishing for tilts. Jab locks into F smash to get rid of the Popo. Not quite enough to get the job done, and you're putting yourself out there just a little too much. You forgot there was a second one of these guys, and it will be the back air. That does the job, and Saiia takes out Mark. And there we go, the Icy from Kyoto going on into loser side top 12. And what an opponent you have for you, Saiia. Masa will be waiting. From the bird to the dinosaur, it will not be an easy test. However, Saiia has shown he has the class to do what it takes. And what a run for Saiia thus far in loser's side. Finishing in 97th last tournament, mind you. Going out before top 96 even started. And now, in loser's side yet again, could very well have just rolled over and taken on the same fate. But here we go. Let's just take a look at this run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6 straight wins in loser's side, all leading up to Masa. That is an impressive run, and one that we may see paralleled yet by Karage, strangely enough. Another Falco who, I mean, I don't know what it is with tournaments like Sumabato, but we are seeing some really good players go down early on, and some of them have already succumbed. Rizeasu, level 1, but yeah, we of course that does mean that a couple more top talents can rise up and rise to the occasion. We'll have to see if perhaps that will be the case with Snow. Oh my goodness. Oh, I was just about to mention Karage, but no, Snow wound up taking out Karage by a score of 3-0. It's as if the stream director was trying to correct me in real time. I certainly appreciate that. But yeah, we are going to see now. As our Japanese casters sign off, first of all, thank you for your service. Certainly appreciate that. Arigatou gozaimasu. But I am Stu the announcer. I'll be rocking with you in the English language all throughout the night to the 2.3 billion English speakers all throughout the world, wherever you might be watching here on twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. And wherever you might be watching, folks, we certainly appreciate you. So, yeah, we are going to be going on through here, and I'm just going to be punching the microphone, apparently. My producer, Watch, is going to tolerate that, and I certainly like to thank him for your patience. But we are going to get on with this Snow, and here we go with the Steves. Boys, this is, hey man, this is what we're here for. You asked for Smash and you're getting it. So crafting table on the platform, do nothing with it, why not? And let's just go on ahead at Pokemon Stadium 2.
カルメロ選手も活動休止期間があったから、そうだね。なんか懐かしく感じるかな。でもそんなにこの2人が当たってるイメージも、それこそ当たった回数でいうとそんなに多くないんじゃない？そう、1、2回当たったかどうかとか。本当にどっちもめっちゃ勝ってる時に上の方で当たる時があったんじゃないかな。
Yeah, okay, so it turns out this is a button check. Okay, cool. That makes sense. So, that's these are the slight little differences that we get. But again, hey folks, if you are watching, certainly appreciate y'all just kind of vibing wherever you're from, wherever you're watching. I want to hear it. So yeah, tell me where you're at, and I can tell you right now, I'm in the state of Texas. Not where I'm from. I happen to be from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Shout out to all my Philly folks. 215 coming on first.
そうそうそう
And I gotta say, it's been quite a journey to get down here. If you're asking what I'm doing in Texas, I don't know.
じゃあ行きましょ
So
う
anyway, we are going to go to game action now. And the flames of battle burn bright yet again. Loses side top 12. 1 round away from qualification, and it is going to be a good one here. Pokemon Stadium 2. Mario Steve matchup. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of up airs from both sides, I would imagine. So you can't really get on anybody for
まあ個人的には
maybe, you know, getting out ahead of it.
対スティーブとかに対して全然意気揚々とポケモンスタジアム2を残すっていうのがその選手らしさというか、そんな気がするんですけどね。
Snow, of course, has celebrated Mario over in Japan. Carmelo, one of many who have taken up the pickaxe and sword of Steve in the past couple of months. Carmelo, not exactly a stranger to the scene, however. You certainly can't just pack that all up to pure dumb luck. This is a Steve who has shown in the past that you're capable of doing a little bit of damage. We are going to see perhaps the proof of that assertion here. And almost on cue, that Mario at 164%. Not quite going out yet. So Snow, with the first real show of required resilience here, does indeed pass the test and is going to be rewarded. Not getting the meteor hit on the forward air. I don't know if that's what you're looking for, but maybe not at the percentage to do so. Carmelo only at 71. Carmelo, 15th ranked in the world, and showing why you can't exactly sleep on this guy. Carmelo being sent to loser's side and loses top 16, winner's side top 16, I should say, with Raki. So, and now taking the lead on Snow by a score of 1-0. Raki with that Kazuya putting in the work, and we've seen Carmelo go to the Pyra and Mithra as well. You can definitely see why you would want to wall out a Mario, and yeah, it's going to be an up smash that does it. That sounds about right for Mario. Just an absolute bloodbath out here sometimes, folks. What we've seen, this is A+ points on the line here in this weekend's event. Sumabato 63 brings out the big guns, and you can see why they want it. Carmelo piling up the damage and putting them out. That's a full stock lead now for the 15th ranked player.
もちろんね、着地狩りに横スマッシュって当たれば当然強いけど、そもそも空中後ろでちゃんとね、その着地回避してねっていうのをね、カルメロ選手が強いてたんでね。なんでもう本当にもう読み合いあっての。
And there we go. Okay, you know what? I was sorry. I was trying to do my own research here, and I guess Carmelo disposed of Snow just a little bit quicker than I was anticipating. I certainly apologize, but yeah, that is Carmelo, and there is a reason why you see this guy go so far in so many brackets. Carmelo, of course, the 15th ranked. As we mentioned, it kind of goes back and forth between the
難易度は高いけど、その難易度をね、そのかいくぐって耐久して結局逆転みたいなプレー、本当に定評あるんで。
Does I believe have a Shulk on deck? So obviously you like to favor the disjoints, and Steve essentially a sortie, but you do have options if you are Carmelo. You want to cut your teeth in this game. Shulk is a very interesting choice with which to do it. Very interesting specialization opportunities there. But see now Snow, who's been playing Mario for quite some time and doing pretty well for himself at it. Back airs, putting Snow into triple digits. Again, Pokemon Stadium 2, this is the shortest ceiling in the competitive rule set, so not doing too poorly for yourself if you are picking a character that can up air somebody into infinity. But sometimes your opponent can just put a wall down, and that's how you get trapped into an up smash of your own. So that is going to be stock number one, and a quick advantage for Carmelo. You need to find your way around those walls, and unfortunately, you just kind of have to let him mine resources and become stronger. It's this is the game. Like, what do you want? You have to play around it. It's how you control the neutral. And sometimes you can put a wall down.
この着地展開から若干ゲームスピードを上げていきたい。うまく釣り出しました。ブロックブレーキでもう逃げ場がないですね。打ってしまったっていう状況ですね。うまく作り出しました。いやー、今の素晴らしいですね。ここまで着地が展開あったんで、そこの読み合いに対してスノーが透かし着地。あの狭い空間で。本当にね、カルメロを信じたから。
Looking for just a little more, not finding it, but I have to say, Carmelo, thus far, been showing this is at the very least you understand the matchup. Like, this is ultimately they're all tests, and Carmelo approaching it like you're seems like you're passing. However, it's right when I say that something like that happens. Mario able to utilize the platform, couple of up airs, and the up B to finish it off. However, Carmelo, when you have an up smash as powerful as that, you're going to utilize it. And again, shortest ceiling in the rule set. It is just as strong for you as it is for them, and now one stock apiece. Snow, however, making a good showing for himself in this one. Not exactly a pushover, this young gentleman. And what a leap for Carmelo thus far in these rankings. We have seen some pretty good finishes, especially an S+ tier earlier on in the year in March. But Snow is saying, hey, buddy, I'm here too. You better not be forgetting about me. And you cannot so easily melt this Snow. And this Mario main, from all the way out in Japan, has been doing so well. The 34th ranked player in the world does have a Pythra in his pocket as well. Ranked number 34 in the world in this past ranking, down from 19, certainly looking to reclaim a spot in the upper echelon of Smash, and looking to do so with a decent result at these Sumabatos. Former runner-up in one of these tournaments. This is, I believe it was May 23, where wound up finishing at second place. I mean, I can confirm that real fast, I suppose, but... サイクスが進まないか、スティーブがすぐ剥がすかっていうのは結構ギャンブル要素の強いステージピックになっちゃうんで、互いに安定を取ろうとした時にやっぱポケモンスタジアム2実力が出やすいのがここになるのかなっていう認識ですね。こんな感じですね。We are going to see even more from Carmelo, and this is why you do not want to cross Steve. He will cross you up so easily, give you the runaround, and at some point you just do not get a choice in the matter. Snow, by the way, in case you're curious, lost to an American known as H4, a player from Washington, a pretty good Pikachu, excuse me. Does have wins on Ascended Base Mage. One of the very few American winners, and indeed the last American winner of this tournament. Funny how these things work out, huh? To my knowledge, actually, might have lost to the only American winner. Yeah. And I'm taking a look through this thing. It's a neat little note to have. But Snow, looking to hold things down, has represented Japan so well in a number of areas, a number of times. Former top 20 in the world. Since taking a slight dip, but still no drop in the quality of his play. You're seeing it here, and navigating these walls that Steve are throwing out, navigating the minecarts, the many trappings that Minecraft Steve can throw out, and getting the down air to boot. You gotta love it. Snow doing well for himself at the high enough percentage to just die from the up smash. That's just how it's going to go. 2 stocks apiece. I gotta say, being my own stat guy is a difficult job. I certainly appreciate the people who do this when you are. Well, this is why you do your own research ahead of time. Either way, 2 stocks to 1, and that is going to be Carmelo taking it to a game 4 with his advantage. And yeah, Carmelo, the results, they do kind of speak for themselves, do they not? I mean, you're talking about somebody who has who does have a Sumabato win back earlier this year. In fact, in April, you're talking about somebody who has done quite well at Deltas in the past. He's done well at Kagaribis in the past. 17th place finish, in fact, over this past May at Kagaribi. Wound up taking out people like Taikei and Takeda and really only being sent down into loser's side by Yara, and indeed being taken out by T, who was playing the Kazuya. There is potential for Carmelo to have to face off against T in this loser's side here in Osaka. We will have to wait and see about that. See if you can finish the job on Snow before any of that happens. And thus far, it is a pretty good advantage for the Steve main Carmelo. Puts him in a corner and the wall. The back air, and that is going to be an easy cleanup job for Carmelo. Yeah, you have that platform right there, folks. Hazards off is a lie. I see one right there in that platform. And that is going to be Carmelo taking full advantage of it. And the movement that you have to respect around it, that's a full-blown Cave of Life. Carmelo, more than happy to do it. But guess what? Snow is able to use those platforms as well. You got those up airs into the combination, almost finishing it off with the up B. Not quite enough on the percentage points. It was well DI'd by Carmelo to stay alive. You did see that red light, but the command grab on the cart, oh, that was almost brutal for Snow, and Carmelo able to survive. Jab 3 giving you just a little bit of time, but the minecart, the knockback on it is so strong. Back throw. Snow able to put Carmelo into the kill zone. Not quite. Hang on a second. We're seeing it, I mean, doing such hard work with the flood, and is able to get the KO with the down air eventually. 2 stocks apiece. But goodness gracious, Snow is having to work twice as hard to get half of what Carmelo is getting. It is tough work, and now you're seeing the redstone pop up. You saw the diamond on the ledge. I do believe the ledge might give more. Actually, I do believe that part of the selection process for Pokemon Stadium is that PS2 does not give as much diamond. I believe it's by a 40% less chance. I could be mistaken on that. I do believe that the likelihood for getting diamond on PS2 is ever so slightly lower. And if somebody wants to correct me on that, don't. Snow trying to break through this wall and been sparingly successful in doing so. It's really just a matter of positioning, right? And these short little 1-block walls are the most intriguing because Snow is still not trying to clear those. Obviously trying to bait Snow into some sort of interaction, but Snow wanting to keep the distance and say, no, you're not going to make me rush into you. I am going to play this game my way. And no matter the resources that you have, I have to respect your hitboxes no matter what, just a little bit more than anyone else. But I'm still going to fight my way on my terms. And Mario, well, let's not forget, you do have the ability to camp with this character. I am reminded of a few Marios that I was able to commentate back in the day that proved as such. Beautiful catch on the landing, but the back throw, perfectly placed block. And now you just get another diamond pickaxe.
空語でめくって偉すぎる
Tied up in terms of damage, however, Snow is piling it up methodically but effectively. And it is going to be the anvil that winds up getting dropped on Snow. 2 stocks to 1 now, but for how long is that going to be the case? Back air, putting Carmelo at a slight disadvantage. The minecart, little janky of a little bit of a janky interaction there, but we're seeing it now. The wheels are turning, and not just on the minecart, but it's going to be the pickaxe. You're able to pile up so much damage in a short period of time. But that's what you get, the work that you're putting into getting those resources. Not particularly hard to get diamond, and you get, what, 20% off of a swing? That's not bad, but hey, you know what? Who needs a diamond pickaxe when you have Mario up smash? It is 1 stock each now between Snow and Carmelo. The wall on the ledge. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Snow trying to work way out of it, but again, that platform, you can only move off of it so quickly. You are in range of that pickaxe. In triple digits now, Snow is going to have to make this work and do so quickly. I mean, that's going... Yeah. Carmelo would have been well in his rights to throw out a back air there. And you're seeing it there. It's just like, you gotta at the very least have the muscle memory on deck. Sit there, shield. Why would you need to do anything else? You bait into movement, and you throw out back air. This is what you're able to do. This is what Steve gets. And now Snow needs to find a way around that. Uh-oh. Wait a second. An opening. Looking for the meteor, but the percentage is just not quite there. 60%, and it's going to be the back air. Such a big sweeping motion. Well done by Carmelo. Sometimes you just need to see the game out, and indeed, that is what Carmelo was able to do. The 15th ranked player in the world survives. It was not without his trepidations. Snow is going to bow out of just short of top 8. That has to hurt for Snow. However, it is not a bad loss to take. It is a result with which I think you can hang your head, you can hold your head relatively high. Now, that is Carmelo making it in the top 8, and we are getting even more Minecraft Steve. So hold on to your butts for that one, and hold on to your spot right down here, twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp, hanging out here all night with you as I am so excited. I'm punching my own microphone. What can I say? I'm shadowboxing. I'm keeping myself awake. It is late at night here in the United States, and I can't see nothing outside. Most of Texas is dark, but my apartment is pretty well lit, so you can see all of Stu the Announcer, for better or for worse, and for that I would like to sincerely apologize. Watch is in production, and I have to say, y'all hanging out here is certainly appreciated, keeping me company. And dog, again, say where you are in this chat. I certainly appreciate y'all being here, rocking out. If you have not done so already, go ahead and hit that heart to follow. Subscribe if you're so inclined. But let's take a look at this bracket real fast. On winner's side, Rocky and Mia providing our entertainment in winner's semifinals. Hurt and Ashimo on the other side of that. What a matchup for winner's side top 8. The Ryu and Snake matchup as personified in 2025. What more could you ask for? And now we have Carmelo as well, giving us a show so far in this bracket, only really going down into loser's side relatively recently, and now is going to have to fight it out in a, I would say, relatively dramatic fashion here. But we are going to see. It's going to have to see Carmelo going up against Ladix. Interestingly enough, I do not see how that is going to be anything short of a show. But that's you know what, Carmelo, when you're as talented as he is, I think he can make just about anything entertaining. On the other side of the bracket, we still have 2 more spots to fill. in loser's side. But we are going to see if it is wait a second, was that T getting knocked out? T got knocked out. Was that wait a second. T getting knocked out by Xian. Not a bad loss to take, but then again, if you're T, you are none too happy about that. Xian getting knocked out presumably by that Sora, who we saw do quite well earlier on. And that's my screen going dark. But yeah, Masa and Saiia is going to provide us some entertainment as well. So the Icy's Falco matchup coming back in full force. And you talk about just a battle of concepts. Goodness gracious. I mean, two heavy-hitting characters going up against each other. Masa and Saiia, you want to talk about great entertainment. There you go. But it's T being out at ninth. That is... I mean, what else can you even really say about that? You still have Radikus, I believe, in the in loser side as well. So... yeah, it's what a show that we have seen thus far, folks. And this is the kind of thing that we try to bring you over at VG Bootcamp. And I know that some of you might be watching like a restream. Shout out to EE, the homie, who actually lets me host his talent show every year at Supernova. So absolutely shout out EE. But hey, wherever you're watching, however you're watching, certainly appreciate you doing so. And if you have not done so already, folks, I gotta say, hit that purple heart to follow. It's free, it doesn't cost nothing. But if you want to support the channel even more, go ahead and subscribe if you are so inclined. And if you think it's time, drop that prime. Anything that you can do to support grassroots esports, our mission here at VG Bootcamp, it is more than appreciated. And I have to say, it's hard to do this. I'm not really sure if this is a watch party kind of thing. I'm not sure if this is commentary, because this is essentially me talking to myself in an apartment very late at night. And I always feel just a little crazy when I do that. So I'm not really sure what the vibes are, if this needs to be like, just more casual or whatever. But I'm hype. And I have far too much coffee in me that really should be allowed at 3:30 in the morning. So this is just what you're getting. I certainly thank you all for hanging out with me in order to do so. And folks, if you have not done so already, interact in the chat, man. Tell me where you're from, where you're watching. I want to hear from yous, because I just said yous. Oh my god, that is violently Philly. Oh my gosh. I mean, as if this wasn't enough. Shout out to the Sons of Ben. As if this wasn't enough. Let's go Phils. I don't care if the Dodgers are in the World Series. We're a team with integrity. And yeah, just certainly appreciate you. Hey, you tri-staters out there, let me know that you're in the chat. I need to know that somebody is up at 4:30 in the morning watching this baby. And I think that my I just went dark on the screen. It is very dark in here. I don't know what just happened, but I'm just sort of speaking into the abyss. You're looking at two screens. You're looking at two black screens right now. Oh, the lights came back on. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, I hope that you've been enjoying this stream, and I hope that you've been enjoying me trying to entertain both you and myself simultaneously. And while I have your attention here, I think we're waiting for another match. But in the meantime, I suppose, watch. Are we on break? Or are we waiting for top 8? What's going on?
そのなんだろうな拒否しきれないぐらいそのアイスクライマー側で見てるトリガーがその情報量の差がカズヤよりも拒否しきる難易度が高い。
Okay, and should we be should we go to break or what's happening here?
進みすぎてそれこそサヤとかは先日マイスマヒットで対ラキでほとんど弱指導だけで
Fair enough. You know what? Before that happens, though, I do want to shout out, because this does mean something to me. Because I said that I'd wear yellow and black in support of the Hanshin Tigers being in the Japan series, and shout outs to the Kansai homies, your team getting it done and taking on the Fukuoka Hawks. But I will say this team in particular, Kensington Soccer Club, they're a grassroots club in Northeast Philadelphia, and they provide soccer programs for underprivileged youth all over North Philadelphia, particularly in the Kensington neighborhood. So something near and dear to my heart, Kensington SC on socials, and yeah, so I want to support grassroots soccer and sports all over the world because hey, it's esports or regular sports. I'm keeping it grassroots. I hope you join me in that mission. But we're going to take a quick break right now. Don't go nowhere. We've got more action to come here at the 63rd edition of Sumabato.
ように準備するみたいなところもね結構楽選手あるかなって思ったんですけど、
よくやってるイメージありますね。
むしろ和也で行くために和也しっかりなんか
ミーヤ VS ラキ。
なんかね、あんまりプレイヤーの容姿の話しないんですけど、
Okay, so winners semifinals, Mia versus Lucky
いつもにまして
starting soon.
今日ね
We're streaming Sumabato 63 and monthly major tournament happening in Osaka, hosted by Nojiko,
直近
the SDI
とかで話題にな
monster,
ったけど、まあミーヤのね、この告知のお話で
the legend of X player,
福岡に行きますよみたいな。
is the TO who's hosting this tournament.
そういうところでやっぱ選手の露出っていうのも増えてきて、
Have
意識を払ってる
dude
プレイヤー
answer
はかなり増えてきているんです
commentary.
が、その中でもやっぱりミーヤとか
Indeed, and thank you so much, our producer Watch,
前
who
のめり持ってる
has
印象ですね。
done so much over these past couple of years. I mean, honestly, it's nice to have a lore master, a true lore master here on the mic. So it is certainly appreciated, and someone to give just a little bit of backup, you know. So having Mia and Rocky, man, this is
すげえかっこいいか。
gonna be a wild one. Oh my goodness! Like you're talking about, someone who has won this tournament in the past. So it's certainly not nothing. Actually, two individuals I believe who have won this in the past. Mia, I believe, has a victory in his locker over the past year. Most recent of that, yes, number 55 back in January. In fact, that 3-1 victory over Doramigi. So it's and apparently my dog has a comment on that particular victory. I did not realize. I don't know if anyone heard that.
特にスティーブ使える人
But
あるあるなんですけど、どれ
Mia
デバッターとして
has
スティー
won
ブを
this
登板するっていう
tournament
の結構あるあるなんですよ。
multiple times, I believe, going back into 2022, the first one of which was at the expense of Yoshidora. So this is someone who has true championship caliber, has shown it time and again, won their debut in the US. That would have been Apex 22, if those of you remember that, over in Secaucus. And ever since then, someone like Mia has just shown that they are capable of being the number one player in the world and shown that talent and had the results to back it up so many times over. This is someone who plays Game and Watch and shown that you can win with this thing at the very highest of levels, win tournaments at the highest of levels. I did say that I would break down the history of this character in this game. Folks, people did not always think that Game & Watch was a true solo main. In fact, it was a very popular counter pick to counteract the meta at the time, which was ultimately, I think, the most prominent character in the game was at one point Palutena. You would see so many Palutenas just exist in the top level of this game. The versatility of the character, a defensive character that just got a windfall from the new movement option, the relatively faster pace of the game, but still maintaining the defensive properties. I mean, Palutena really did exist at a high level all across the board throughout these brackets and was a true menace, no matter where you were in the world. But goodness gracious, especially some of the tri-state brackets. Game & Watch did develop as a popular counter pick to that matchup. You would see people like the Great Gonzalez, Leon, the Bowser had a pocket Game & Watch, and eventually Meister became the sort of guru of Game & Watch, although he was playing GNW before in Smash 4. Now you see Mia showing that this is someone who you can count on to win tournaments, just as a solo pick, as long as you're able to play a defensive and cautious enough game. This is someone who can react to attacks and counterpunch quicker than just about anybody, in spite of the relative inefficiencies of giving up positional advantage with the up B. It doesn't matter. It covers so much ground and it comes out frame 3. So one of the best out of shield options in the game, if not the best. And there you go. You hit that shield, and sometimes the shield hits you back. And it's going to be first blood drawn by Mia against.
このあたり両者本当に文句なしのプレイヤーのポテンシャルではあるんですが、おっと面白い。ボムが消えましたよ。地獄に吸われた。まあ無敵判定なんでね、投げ中は。
We're seeing it now. The process here. You want hey, if you want to charge in as Kazuya, that's fine, but you are liable to get hit by a turtle, which is something that you could theoretically say in the Tekken game, wouldn't necessarily be out of character. But I digress. 2 stocks apiece now. Rocky swinging back on his own. Rocky, someone who has shown out in these Sumabato tournaments in the past, I don't believe did take one, in fact. In last November, it would have been a year since their last Sumabato tournament win. That was the victory against Taikei. A 3-0 victory at that. To date, I believe it's their only Sumabato Grand Championship. Yeah, has won multiple in the past and is showing that quality here. 2 stocks to 1 on Rocky. And even though that offensive output is there, it just takes a little bit more to kill off Game & Watch than that. Surviving at 133%. Again, it's just Mia, the expertise there. Certainly nothing to shake a stick at. We're going to get a 1-stock situation now between Mia and Rocky. But you're getting Kazuya's feet off of the ground. That's not where you live, Kazuya. I don't care if you have wings. It's not that easy.
もどかしいところを焦らずに撃墜争い同じ土俵で戦ってはいるが宮の崖おっとジャストシールド今のガードでジャストシールド仕込みます普通お互いにそのレベルの高さを感じさせますよねですね今のは空中攻撃ジャストシールドを仕込んでも別にいいシーンだったとは思うんですがあくまでも財布っていう
multiple time champion finding his way into the fists of Kazuya Mishima. The jab pushing him off the cliff, surviving at 140. The red jacket is off. Not finding it, you got to minimize the chances for Rocky to use that rage art, and Mia has done so thus far. At 80%, but is going to be... Oh, wow, what a comeback. That is Soleil Rocky finding the up B, and yeah, it doesn't feel good to get KO'd by an out of shield up B, does it, Game & Watch? That doesn't feel good at all, does it, Game & Watch? That is going to be 1-0 to Rocky. Again, a winner of last November's Sumabato, 11 months on, done quite well for himself in the results department, and has shown the quality that has made him number 33 in the world at the last ranking. And even thus far in this tournament, beating Cheyenne and Kome. Again, that first place finish, we'll talk about that just a little bit. Did play Steve in that one as well. But yeah, the 3-0 victory over Taikei in Grand Finals, beating Doromigi, 33 Perenbox, level 1, and Kaninabe in the process of that victory. In fact, beating Taikei twice by a score of 3-0, first in winner semifinals and then in Grands. But as we go to game number 2, 11 months on, Mia kind of giving him the business and piling on the damage, the grab upon landing. Again, this is well practiced, and so much of Game & Watch is knowing exactly where your opponent is going to be and taking advantage of landings, because if you are ready with that grab, you have so many options with which to KO, and enabling the grab range of Game & Watch. Always the key to success. Because yes, you can press 50 buttons, but you have to get them out of shield. There's going to be a back air that does the job, and cheeky little moves to just sort of carry him across the stage and get him off, get his feet off the ground, and it will be the turtle that ends up finishing the job. How about a little fish to go with it? The juggles. This is, hey, E-games you watch. That's the nomenclature. The spot dodge from Rocky to no avail. And this is a full stock lead, and it is a grounded, the down smash into up smash, which is a combo that I cannot emphasize enough is a real thing that I, as a caster, am required to say. It's been 7 years and it never gets less weird. But back airs, providing, proving to be resourceful for Mia, showing that, yeah, the adaptations are there, and even though you're losing that stock to the back air, I don't think you're doing too poorly if you're Mia. I think you're fine, even though obviously, yes, you have a lot of damage that you can do. But it doesn't matter if your feet ain't on the ground because you can just catch him out with a predictable recovery route. And yeah, Mia is going to go and take this to 1-0. I mean, what else can you even say about someone like Mia? I mean, the matchup record in of itself, Rocky does have a victory on Mia. In fact, took him out of I believe the first edition of Maisuma, or one of the Maisuma tournaments. 3 games to 2, in fact. So it was a tournament that wound up happening as an S Plus tournament. Maisuma over in the tournament of the new year, in fact, of this very year. So yeah, you're talking about Rocky beating Mia in losers semifinals on their way to a 3rd place finish, eventually succumbing to Doramigi in losers final. That was the season where I believe Doramigi wound up achieving the #1 ranking. So something to be said there. But hey, if you're only losing to the #1 player in the world, that means you're doing something right. We're going to game number 3 now. Small battlefield is the destination. And again, what we've been seeing thus far from Rocky is a commitment to gotta love the big shot tag. It's I'm really hoping that's a Cowboy Bebop reference, but I guess I can't be too sure. But... oh, but it's Mia who's going to be made to carry that weight, and we are going to see. Mia now is just reference an anime and then directly reference the anime. Why not? We are going to see now Mia try to get back on the winning path here, and that's how you do it: is you bait out offensive interactions, even if they're disguised as recovery efforts. You can shield it and you can act upon it. Again, you are one of the best counter punchers in the game, and Kazuya Mishima simply not having the mileage in order to make the recovery happen. 2 stocks apiece. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap by Mr. Game & Watch. Don't call him Sir Game & Watch. That was his father's name. Sausages. Down smash. Hammer space. Gotta love it. He's a cartoon after all. Someone really smart got that joke, I hope. Because I'm just so brilliant myself, right? Don't answer that. 130 just about for both of these individuals. Down tilt going to take Rocky off of the opposite ledge. I mean, y'all remember when that move had a win box, right? I can't be the only one. It wasn't this game, don't worry. 2 stocks to 1 now, courtesy of that up smash. And the jabs at ledge. You can just pile on damage here. Yeah, that's a free 50% if you don't fall off. But Rocky doing a good job of just going with the flow of that. You know you can't really do much. Also, I could have swore that Mishima had some sort of tough guy-esque mechanic, but... Red jacket is on for Kazuya Mishima. And that is going to be the down smash that sends him up and out. You're in the air. That sends you straight up. So that is going to be Mia taking the next game of the set and doing so in relatively comfortable fashion. I believe that's a 2-stock to 1 lead now for Mia.
ちょっとこれミーア今ポーカーフェイスですけど気持ちいいでしょうね今のはね見てる我々が気持ちいいんですよプレイヤーももっと喜んでいいんですがただ顔を引き締めなければならないのはラキです
And yeah, the venue is dark. It's almost ominous. You don't know what's going to happen in this tournament, y'all. What can you say? It's very the mood is there. You got the big fight feel. And kind of appreciate that. So here we go now. You're going to get into it yet again, and the flames of battle burn yet more. Mia looking for a spot in winners finals, claiming what he would feel is rightfully his. We are going to see now. What can we do to get rid of this Game & Watch? For Kazuya Mishima, I would imagine the answer to that would be punches to the face. But obviously, it's got to be a little bit more than that as well. You need to get Mia out of shield as well. You need to make Game & Watch respect your buttons. But right now, you were just losing too many of these interactions strictly because of the quickness of Mr. Game & Watch's moves. Getting caught up just a little too much in these recovery efforts. You need to start winning these neutral interactions. And, oh man, but Mia is so good at baiting these out. Playing this like a game of chess, seeing it 3-4 moves ahead. You're doing quite a good job at that because you're getting the damage, but you're still not necessarily winning. But you found the opportunity, and killing a light character like Game & Watch, one of the top 5 lightest in the game, that is going to be quick work for Kazuya. And now it is 2 stocks apiece because of your efforts in being able to counterpunch. I mean, all it took was a little bit of a pop-up to get Game & Watch on that platform, and all of a sudden, it's teed up for that upbeat, right? So, you gotta appreciate what Game & Watch is able to do, how consistently you're able to win those neutral interactions, and the damage that you're able to put up as a result of it. Just from Kazuya trying to recover, right? But, man, when Game & Watch is on, Game & Watch is on, and yeah, if you've ever played with a Game & Watch, you know those things have a long battery life. It is 2 stocks to 1, and Mia on the doorstep of winners finals. Oh, you got turned around, Rocky. That's tragic. Oh no, y'all. If y'all ain't interacted yet, please put an F in the chat. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Rocky ain't quite done yet. Except now he's done. Now he's that's a back air off stage. You're not recovering. GG's, that is Mia winning by a score of 3-1, and Mia, the number 4 ranked player in the world at present, moving on to winners side. And what else can you say? This is a deep tournament. If you're someone like Rocky, you knew that the quality of competition was going to be there. You had to know. But, you go up against someone like Mia, who you do have wins in your locker against. It's never going to be easy, and it's someone like Mia who studies the meta so thoroughly, studies the matchups, and has probably seen more tape on you than you have for pretty much any other Game & Watch combined. This is someone who is well studied in the crown jewel of Fennel Esports in the Smash side of things. I mean, what can you say about Mia but an absolutely deserved spot in winners final? And now we are going to see who his opponent will be between her and Ashimo, someone who has taken multiple Sumabatos since their first Sumabato victory, 51. Talking about Ashimo here. This individual, I mean, goodness gracious, the runs that we have seen Ashimo go on, how close we've seen Ashimo get before finally ascending the mountain in that 51st tournament, that Game 5 victory over Aquila, in fact. We have seen Ashimo take the 61st edition of this tournament, taking it over, I believe it was Yato, right? I think it was. But I can go ahead and check that real fast. But someone like Hurt, who I do believe has won. Yeah, it was 48 was the tournament that Hurt wound up winning, and of course the multiple wins that came before that. Like someone like Hurt is the accomplishments get a little hard to count when you talk about the number 3 ranked player in the world, but the path to victory thus far, in fact, beating Yadon 3-0 in winner's side top 32 and taking out Masa on the way there, at least putting Masa into losers side. And now in losers semifinals against this Ryu, he forever on an odyssey whenever he steps into this building. But goodness gracious, we talked about being able to overcome these barriers and break these walls, and how Ashimo has been on this hero's journey here in Osaka. It does make you wonder if perhaps this barrier is just a little too difficult to break. I don't know. This is it's not a free win. By no means is it a free win. In fact, you faced off 5 times, and they're just about even. But Hurt with a significant advantage in the past 5 matches, taking 4 of those 5s, including in a grand final not all that long ago. In fact, I do believe it was just in June, just this past June, they wound up facing off in grands at a tournament called Landmark, Masa Landmark, number 6. Maizma, I should say. I should really get my pronunciation straight before I do this. But yeah, obviously Hurt traveling over to San Jose, California and winning Genesis X2. That was back in February. A second place finish at Kagaribi last May. Certainly looking to repeat that performance next week when Kagaribi returns to that hall, I believe in Saitama. I do believe, don't quote me on that. And winning Battle of BC6, winning Riptide, winning coming second place in Delta, I should say, winning Kowloon, and I should say the third place finish at Riptide, still an excellent showing. Third place at Supernova as well. So, you're talking about someone who just consistently shows up as a threat to win every single tournament they enter. And then there's Ashimo, who, just the passion that is embodied in his play, the will to win, the absolute unbreakable spirit that he's come to represent for so many people who watch these tournaments, and certainly who have come to admire players of the Shoto characters. Certainly Ashimo, Jazo, people like that. It's definitely not nothing, and certainly when you're talking about someone who has won S tiers in the past. Again, that Sumabato, September 24th, the 51st edition, and came 4th at last year's Supernova, not this year, last year, and I believe has taken home a couple other S plus tournaments. 15 with there you go. Shoot, man, like beating Raru in that grand. This is someone who has a second place finish at a Kagaribi as well. This is going back to 23. This is someone who's so impressive and presents so many problems for players with their Rishoto play. You kind of have to respect, just when you're able to cross that threshold with a character like Ryu. It's not nothing. Eddie Plays Games, thank you so much for raiding that party of 5. Welcome through. I appreciate you watching the English restream of Sumabato here on VG Bootcamp. My name is Stu the Announcer. I am your humble caster here, and I am pulling off a solo effort along with the production help of Watch over on the other side of the world. I'm streaming from America, but he is live over in Japan, and we are bringing this event to you live from Osaka, Japan. These two players traveling onto the Kansai plane and making it happen as we have done every single month for, I believe, the past Man, I mean, Sumabato's been around at least since 2018. I think. So it's been a while for Sumabato, but boy howdy if it just never gets old, because it's hey, it's a fun time to be able to hang out with y'all here, no matter what time it is, wherever you are in the world, because it's quite late here in the U.S. Some of y'all might be in Europe, chilling, eating your breakfast. Those of you in England, some bangers and mash with a side of spash. And yeah, I don't know, wherever you are in the world, whether you're in Madrid or Muscogee, man, we appreciate you rolling through. And I don't know, Osaka to Omaha, you're rocking out with us. We appreciate that. But hey, what I can say is Ashimo and her, man, that is going to be entertaining. And we are going to see, we're seeing the losers round 1 matchups happen as well. I can confirm that Carmelo has made it to losers quarterfinals. And what a show. What a show that this kid's put on, man. 3-0, and probably going Steve. Let's be real. Because why wouldn't you? Like, unless you were, unless you absolutely, like, could not. Why wouldn't you? But Masa versus Saiia happening as well. Hi, everyone. Stu, the announcer here. Did not realize we were cutting back, but you can put the other guys back on too. I don't mind. Like, I'm just kind of chilling here, man. I am just sitting here looking violently Philadelphian between the Sons of Ben flag, Union, playing later on today against Chicago Fire in about 14 hours. Supporters Shield winners. Shout outs to the Philadelphia Union. Come on to you. And yeah, just hanging out here. What can I say? I'm a sports guy. That's why I was talking about the Japan series, Osaka's team, the Hanshin Tigers being in it. You'll hear me bring up sumo as well. And in fact, Kyushu Basho happening in November in Fukuoka. So shout out to that. And maybe we see her be instilled with the spirit of the Yokozuna and find the way to the top of the bracket and bring it home to Kyushu Island. Hurt, of course, a native of Kagoshima on the southern tip of Kyushu. But, beautiful part of the world, by the way. But we're going to go back to the commentators there. And again, folks, if you have not done so, show some love to them as well. Like, I mean, folks, it is so cool that we get to bridge the gap between Japan and the United States here with this stream a little bit. But, the more that we interact with the folks over there, man, the more we just learn about each other. Cultural exchange through gaming is a real thing, and I think it's super dope. And that is why I am going to shut up and talk about Ryu versus Snake, because that's what you're here to see. Strong fireball to start things out. You really do need to neutralize the projectiles between Snake and Ryu one way or another, for better or for worse. You got to make sure, if there's going to be a bunch of explosions on the screen, you need to make sure those explosions belong to you. And Ashimo does have the tools to maybe draw Snake away from simply hitting buttons halfway across the stage, and maybe that Hadouken that perhaps holds the key to such an achievement. Seeing it now at a pretty fast-paced start, all things considered, because you're seeing these fireballs come out, and there are some that are landing, but the fact that you can crawl under them too. Cheeky little bit of movement from her. That's how you advance in your opposition. And a little sweet chin music to back it up, man. Hey, your kicks might not be the strongest here, Ryu. You better knuckle up real fast, because you just took the first stock loss of this best of 5 clip. And again, it's not about who takes the first stock, it's about who takes the last one. Hadouken. The speed of the projectiles as well. The fact that you're able to vary that as Ryu has to be a boon in order to control the movement of her and getting her into positions where you can favor him. Back air, sending her off stage, wanting to recover high as Snake, as you do. One of the few characters that you really want to be doing that with. Rolls through the Hadouken and is going to find the way back to stage. Looking to do something cheeky with the projectile, but simply not able to do so. Ashimo able to even things up at 2 stocks apiece. And now we are seeing it's 2 a.m. Go Dodgers. I get it. I won't. You know what? You're in the World Series and we're not, so I will give you that one. We're going to see now. Ashimo try to get back to stage. He has his fists. Snake has missiles. Guess which one wins? 2 stocks to 1. Down tilt. And yeah, it's the grenades have been doing quite a decent job for Hurt. And again, this is what you want to do. If you're going to go up against the person practicing Shotokan karate that fires off fires flames out of his hands, maybe stay away from him. That's pretty good strategy there. And Hurt is able to throw down when you need it. You get some pretty good knockback on your moves. The down air piling on a surprisingly effective amount of damage. I mean, it just makes sense. If you're the espionage character, you're not going to want to knuck up with Ryu. It just makes sense. And now you're seeing Ashimo throw out these fireballs at a little bit of a faster pace. Maybe you're goading them into a faster style of play than maybe you'd really want. It is these projectiles that's allowing her to it's allowing her to control the pace of it. And it's fitting, you know, Hurt being the number 3 player in the world, gotta have a pretty decent character in order to do it. Let's be super real right now. Seen some other prominent seen some other poignantly worded commentary in the chat that I happen to agree with. I shan't repeat here. Oh, okay, and armors through the Nikita, and that's what you have to do. Neutralizing the Nikita when you're getting your recovery absolutely messed up. You can only do so much from that range. I'm sorry. That is going to be Hurt taking on a 1-0 lead. You know, the only problem that I had about that, about the commentary in the chat, was the Go Dodgers, and that's really just a personal thing. It's not really against y'all. I mean, I am a Phillies fan, but y'all were the better team. And yeah, Ryu can absolutely do some damage. Unfortunately, when you're punching, you got to have your feet on the ground in order to do it. So got to be able to turn and rotate them hips, you know what I mean? So maybe the key is to just stay grounded. Unfortunately, against Snake, it is not so easy. As we go to Hollow Bastion for game number 2. Trying to control it, and yeah, that's probably how you have to use those fireballs. You can't really win the projectile battle. You can't really win the battle with the neutral space. You kind of just have to show that the fireball is there, and really the most effective that the Hadouken is going to be is as a follow-up tool, just to make sure that you're I mean, why tech chase when fireball, right? Makes sense. And you're doing pretty well. You're catching Snake out just a little bit more often. Pile on that damage, and the Tatsumaki to finish it off. We did see the early days of Ryu being effective in tournament. I do believe the main confirm for the kill was the Tatsumaki. So, I know that watch is just laughing at my Japanese in the background. Even though the mic is muted, I know it's happening. Don't even lie to me. You can confirm that. Text chat, please don't say anything. 3 stocks to 1 for Ashimo, who has caught on to this matchup quite well. And Hurt all of a sudden on the ropes. And Ashimo has locked in. Something happens to Ashimo when he walks into this building, and cheeky little fireball while Hurt is crawling under it. Moving in with dash attack now. Not even going to ledge, knowing that the Nikita was going to be there. And yeah. Shiryu, goodness me. The grenade right back into the face of Snake, and that is a clean 3-stock victory. Ashimo looking for just a little bit more than what he's gotten. And you know it would be an upset on paper. You know that it would be an unexpected victory if Ashimo is able to indeed take it over Hurt. But at the same time, you know that Ashimo is capable of some really special stuff. This is someone who has done so well in these big tournaments when the chips are down. Ashimo and Hurt, they do seem to put on a show. And Ashimo only has taken the last matchup between the two, but it was in 5 games, and it was by no means easy. It was at the 12th edition, in fact, of Umebora this past August. So, yeah, this is not something that is an easy ask for Ashimo, but it is possible. Did win the last matchup, but goodness gracious, did it take a lot out of the man. That was a 3rd place finish, by the way, for Ashimo, only going down, getting double eliminated by Akala, because, I mean, of course, right? Goodness gracious, the Steve matchup. You want to talk about things that are absolutely messed up. Ashimo, perhaps so drained from that Akala found it to be just slightly easier pickings. Although, Ashimo, to his infinite credit, taking it to 5 games. Talking about this matchup, however, Nikita off stage turns out pretty effective. 3 stocks to 2, Hurt sitting at 70%. And if you're losing the stage at all against Snake, you are not coming back without a toll. It is just like leaving New York City in the car. And now we are seeing Ashimo having to be on the back foot here. The layout of these platforms is something about it. Just makes it perfectly grenade explosion size, that little gap in the center. I mean, Ashimo can try to hold center stage, but that just means Hurt knows exactly where to put the bombs. Not an easy ask here, as Hurt has done so well in the past. I mean, you're talking about a 1st place finisher for so many of these events. I mean, Smash Mania over in France took home 1st place. Station Slam, also in France, taking home 1st place. With ease, took home 1st place. Inosuma, Grand, there was a B tier, took home 1st place, didn't drop a set. Double elimination on Raru in Winners Finals and Grands. Like, this is someone who has shown their quality time and again, and knowing the Snake matchup, so effectively utilizing that kit. I mean, this is such an impressive player and someone who has deserved the number 3 ranking in the world that they were able to attain. The missiles, the Nikitas. What are you going to do? The focus attack. Okay, it's not going to get the KO just yet, but it is such a challenge to recover, and you can only do so much. That is 2 games to 1 for her. Goodness me. I mean, it's impressive, you know? It really is.
C4 で全部拒否できますからね。さて、やはり足もまずは小戦場は拒否してステージを選ぶ選択肢。
And now Ashimo has some things to consider. I mean, what was it that made him so effective? Just leading up in that one instance in game number 2, and Ashimo is going to have to figure that out and how to replicate that. Perhaps it comes down to the stage selection. This is the last counter pick you have, and indeed, we are going to see the stage significantly shortened of course, the fighter wants to step into the octagon as we go to Smashville. Game number 4. And maybe, yeah, a little less room to utilize those projectiles, but also, man, we see fighters want to go and shorten fields a lot. So, here we go. Yeah. No, the Nikita missiles, they are a menace, but there's a reason why you see Hurt struggling on these shorter fields, because you need to be able to space out your hand-to-hand combat, and Ashimo does not need to do that as much. Snake's buttons, they're scalpels, but Ryu's are sledgehammers, and that is some damage being put up right there. And now we are seeing... Yeah. No, that again, hey, the missiles stalk you. What do you want? 2 stocks apiece. Hurt knowing the matchup and knowing it well. Hurt winning 4 out of the past 5 meetings between these two. However, all time in competitive sets, they are drawn up at 5 apiece. So Ashimo had Hurt's number for a little bit, and this recent ascension of Hurt has really put a highlight on just how good this guy is at the game, because, I mean, man, this, Hurt just again chasing him down. Get back here so I can kill you, says Hurt. At 129%, you need to keep Ashimo on the ledge, and is doing a great job at that. You can't even get back without taking 50% damage. And that could well be the key to victory here for Hurt. Now, on a field where Ashimo needs any sort of advantage that he can possibly get, it is not going to be an easy ask. But nothing worth doing is easy. The mortar is not finding the mark. However, making Ashimo time the recovery, but you guess what? A little bit of timing required to catch the beat of the Shoryuken. Going off the top, Ashimo finding the mark. We are at 1 stock apiece. This is far from over, folks. Unless Ashimo focus attack through the Nikita, but so cheeky. Hurt knows exactly what to do. Focus attack. Going through the buttons yet again. Forcing out a decision from Ashimo. Follows it on. Catches the recovery. Back air on the Cypher. Beautiful stuff from Ashimo. And could not find it back. And Ashimo had to roll the dice just a little bit. But coming up 7s, pulling in the chips, you're going to have to do that one more time. We are going to a game 5. Ashimo, again, capable of such special stuff in this building. I will remind you all one more time. Ashimo coming up just short in so many instances in this building. And yet, somehow, some way, finding a way to the top of the mountain in that 51st edition of Sumabato, that grand finals set against Akula. Took so much out of him. It was a P-tier tournament. And getting the victory 3-2. I mean, it showed that Ashimo can win just about any tournament he enters and against just about any opposition he gets. But here we go, Game 5, small battlefield with the slight advantage in terms of damage. Trying to place those Hadoukens where Snake is going to be as opposed to where he is. You need to know that this Hurt is not going to respect, just taking these things as a movement option, and now you're getting C4s stuck on you, you're getting chased around by Nikitas. Like, what are you going to do, man? What are you really going to do? Tying up the damage, and now it's Snake throwing the hands, the kicks of Solid Snake. Goodness gracious. We're seeing more of this, and Hurt is bringing the hype to the games. Like, and we can talk about the projectiles all we want. Is willing to knuck up in measured decisions, but that's why you don't want to do it all the time. Those kicks are lethal, and Ashimo finding his way back into it. You got to make it back to stage. Focus attack. You're going to get back to it. I feel like it does have a shelf life. Beautiful tech by Ashimo. a life-saving, a set-saving tech by the 21st ranked player in the world. And now trying to find his way back in. You're on the platform trying to bait something. I'm out of hurt, but you know that he doesn't need to leave the ground in order to do damage to you. Needs to find the answer and needs it fast. He has dropped in the rankings from 9th to 21st, but has done so well thus far in this tournament. It's hard to believe that anyone of Ashimo's quality could ever be truly knocked down and out, especially if you're able to leverage an opportunity to get back to stage, somehow threading the needle between two Nikitas and making his way back. Dash attack is going to put him off the stage on the other side, however, and Hurt is on winner's side. Ashimo on winner's side stock. Hurt one step away, but is going to go down to the wire. Hurt, Ashimo, one stock each. And now this is where things get tricky. Now you have to go back to the timings of the fireball. Getting Hurt off kilter just a little bit. If you can rock him back on the heels, you can maybe find your opening. Establishing those fireballs as a means you better not approach if you are not ready. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. And here we go as Ashimo tries, foul, and lets slip the dogs of war. Hurt, however, well conversed in the art of battle, and then Nikita finds the mark. Know yourself, know your enemy. 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories. Hurt, well studied in the arts of combat. 3-2 final score, and Ashimo will have to get it done through loser's side, but it is Hurt who has found the way to winner's final, where he will take on Mia. The number 3 and number 4 in the world will do battle to decide who comes out of winner's side here at the 63rd edition of Sumabato. I mean, what a show between these two, and that was a set that was worthy of your appreciation. It was definitely aided by the map, but then again, you have you have the ability to pick the map. Like, you could talk about it. Like, this is part of the strategy of the game. You got to be able to play around that. It is tough for Ashimo. Definitely played well enough to deserve the victory. However, Hurt, so calculating, so just devious in the way that he utilizes those projectiles, the way that he supplements that with the buttons up close, the selected usage of those kicks. Hey, you know what? The fact that you're able to go, mano a mano, it's yeah, what else can you do? And of course, the key to that, the piece de resistance to Hurt's game, the recovery, the being able to catch out the Nikitas, making Ashimo work so hard in order to recover, making sure that the gears are turning every single time. The fact that Ashimo was able to make that work, especially in that game 5, even a little bit, weaving through the Nikitas, utilizing the focused attack, you are forcing decisions out of Hurt, and that does take a mental toll. Ashimo simply running out of gas or running out of space in that final, in the final measure. That really was the difference, and it does take all of that to take down such a great opponent like Ashimo, someone who has shown out time and again, and a 2-time champion of the tournament, of the Sumabato series. It's not nothing, folks. It is definitely something that you have to consider. But now we are going to get into loser's side, where we see Ashimo going yet again, and I do believe this is going up against Carmelo. So, are we just going right into it, or yeah, no, certainly we need to get the Steve some time to warm up the hands, right? I don't know. You got to make sure that the blocks are down. Got to make sure you can count to 3, all that sort of stuff. I do say that sarcastically, like Carmelo isn't the 15th ranked player in the world, folks. Absolutely talented kid, and you're talking about someone who is certainly on their way. And again, when you're talking about Steve, it is a mentality thing. You need to have the will to win. You need to have the mentality of the champion. You need to be as unshakable as the rocks that you mine. That is the real key. is like if you're not going to go away from that, you are capable of winning. So it's it is something that Carmelo has been able to master, and so there has been a path paved before him, but it's not always easy to follow the path. Sometimes you want to go out and jet out on your own. It does take quite a bit of resolve to follow that. So you got to give Carmelo that, is willing to do what it takes to win. And when you're able to play against someone like Ashimo and play against someone like if you're willing to go up against people like Mia and Hurt potentially in grand finals, those are your two options if you make it that far. Well, that's something. Talking about Hurt's Nikita being a wall, well, here's some literal walls for you since you spoke into existence. Thank you for that. Game number 1 on Small Battlefield.
まあ、足元で言えばトロッコに対してジャスが取ったり、その今みたいなトロッコのコード、エンダーマン本体にのみ当たるような技の振り方の本当に洗練されている。
Gonna have to excuse me. I've been talking nonstop for about 20 minutes. Solo commentary is something, y'all. But
そうですね、ブロックに対しての
here we go, and yeah, you can only do so much against brick walls, guys. Sorry about that. If someone says they're dirt walls in the chat, oh my goodness. But we are going to see the buttons of Ashimo tested here by the holy defensive capabilities of Carmelo. And again, folks, certainly appreciate you all rocking through with us. So late into the night. It is in fact 4:20 on the in Central Time. But oh my gosh, it is Carmelo absolutely blazing in this game 1. Ashimo thus far has gotten some hits, landed some pretty good ones as the damage counter would entail, but it is going to be Ashimo on the back foot here, at the very least minimizing the damage, but is able to connect the straight hit KO power of Ashimo. Nothing to shake a stick at, so it will be Carmelo choosing to shake a diamond pickaxe instead. And I gotta say, it's a good call.
この空母シリーズでも国内トップクラスの。いや本当にね、なんか決着の時に空中城当ててる率がね、格段に高い2人ですからね。さあ、互いに様子を見合う睨み合いの状況が続くが、ある程度サイクスを進めたカルメロとしてはどこかで差し込んでもいいか。いやしかし睨み合いの時間でサイクスを
Yeah, and you gotta think it's tough because you want to get in the face of your opponent, but you know that you can't just be doing that all the time. Which, if you're Ryu, that's your whole thing is hand-to-hand combat. So how else are you going to leverage that? Oh, well. 2 stocks to 1 now for Carmelo. Although again, you see Ashimo, the gears are turning and is doing quite well to get the damage that he is. You'd have to think that maybe Carmelo is going to have to pick up the rhythm in this game, especially now that we are drawn up at 1 stock each. Ashimo has a real chance to steal this one.
で、普通はその対策ができてなかったら昇竜拳打ってそのままブロックでせき止められて復帰できない撃墜みたいなところからそのブロックのところ横膨らませて復帰するっていうのがまあスティーブ対策。そうね。
Ashimo off stage, taking a lot of damage, and turns out the battle between fists and pickaxe is generally won by pickaxe. It is certainly, and also yeah, minecart. Who'd have thought, right? Does require just a little bit of iron, though, which, luckily for Carmelo, he has that. The amount of fundies that you're having to pull out here, what good are, like, hey, you know what? You can have fundies. I've got myself a sword. Pickaxe neutralizing the big old fireball, too. The wall. Able to mine away those resources, still keeping the distance, having to be mindful of it. looking for the grab, and oh, man, you are able to do so much. Like, you're trying to draw him in with the minecart as well. This is the winning strategy, and now I use the diamond. Yeah, you're just gonna mine away all of those resources. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? And even then, Ashimo having to find a way in, having to be the aggressor at 140%, and you're just going to lose when you get back-aired by the diamond pickaxe. It is a test of mental fortitude. It is rough, but yeah, no, if you're Ashimo, that is a calculated risk that you have to make. The thing is, man, I mean, you talk about it might not be the most popular style of play, but I gotta say, it's when you're talking about a game that is as inherently defensive as Smash Ultimate is, and it is, because you're talking about a game. Maybe it's not as much as Smash 4, where the most strong option was literally to just run up and shield, and that was basically top play for what, like a couple of years. You still have so many ways that you can lose a game just by being overly aggressive. It's a platform fighter, and thus it is going to be inherently about positioning, and that means being in a position not just where you're going to kill the other guy, but more pertinently, where the other guy is not going to be able to kill you. Like, hey, you just jumped, and that's a whole frame commitment, and you just got back-aired for it. Ashimo taking that first stock and doing so expertly. So, obviously, being able to change the game, being able to change the stage mid-match is going to be strong. And that's just good strategy, isn't it? Like, you have to give it to the people who play this character at a high level. People like Akala. Obviously, you know, some of the American players who do it well on it. They're just a great kid, by the way. And people like Parentbox and Carmelo, who are doing well with this character. It is a test of mental fortitude. And it might not be popular, you know, that's... but there are multiple instances in sports where they sort of eschewed popularity or attractiveness or even watchability for the ability to win. I mean, Catenaccio, the football style in Italy, the trap defense that the New Jersey Devils played. I mean, it's defense really does win championships, and Steam players have recognized that. It's sometimes it really is a battle of values. It might not be the most attractive thing in the world, but it does work. And I certainly have my own opinions on the character. I won't say that I don't. But I will at the very least present that. So, there you go. I want to be fair, you know what I mean? We're going to get back to the action here. 2 stocks apiece, and it's going to be the Diamond Pickaxe that winds up doing the job yet again from center stage. Ashimo, that whole last stock on game 2.
マジ今のすごいね。全力上ずらしで大速度を避けましたが、その後の展開、足も小技を逃しません。
Again, yo, this is Ashimo finding a way in and finding a way back into this game. That is just, again, so impressive. The way that he's able to play, the way that he's able to leverage position on the stage.
さあ、発生の速さが非常に強みとなってくる金ツール、その代わり潰れやすいという欠点はありますが、今この状況を守るには最適なツールと言えるだろう。
Here we go.
さあ TNT で雑素材を切って
Finding the mark with the Hadouken, jumping over the brick wall. I'd say we can say that's a brick, right? We can be in agreement with that.
どこかでダイヤのツールに切り替えたいか、それとも
Those single bricks that Carmelo likes to lay as well, just a means of making Ashimo jump over them. And Ashimo will initiate that that engagement as well, so it's not for nothing, you know? 3 bricks on the ledge. Just go ahead and erase that progress because you just got back-aired. However, throwing out those neutral airs. That quick little get off me option that also gives you just a little bit of space, a little bit of knockback. Here we go. Back air. Beautifully done, and Ashimo now looking for it just a little bit more, and you're in a position to win. And if you're Steve, you're almost out of resources here. You really do need the mine for them. Now you're being forced to get into a fist fight. You do have that diamond, but how else are you gonna do it? Oh, he's able to pull it out. Oh no! The opportunity was there for Ashimo, but Carmelo with the rope-a-dope. You thought you had the play in mind. Call yourself an ambulance, buddy. But that is just rough. And Carmelo able to slow it down and eventually get the job done.
どちらかだけ武器がなくなるというねこのゲームでしかありえない状況で足もが耐えて武器を奪う展開あんだけさそのマシさんも言ってたけどリーサルウェポンで、もう本当にもう決定打のもうどんだけもう最強の武器ずる端がなくなったんですよまずいわー偉すぎコアコアのずらし上ずらしだからこそ足を追いかけます
Yeah, that's Ashimo. A quick little. You know what? That's cheeky. I was just admiring that with y'all. I'll be real. That was so fun. Ashimo is irreplaceable. Goodness me. And now all of a sudden it's Carmelo having to work from behind. Ashimo is at 73%, certainly not undoable for Carmelo, but goodness gracious me. The anvil, dropping an anvil on the head is generally an effective strategy. And yeah, single block wall is a thing, man. Like that's the thing. You can choose whether or not you interact with that. Carmelo is going to take the stock, draw it up to 2 apiece, and has slowed the pace of play down. I would like to see Ashimo not engage with that just a little bit more. At the very least, utilize the fireball, change the pace on that, make Carmelo aware that at the very least that you are not going to be goaded in so easily. So that way you get a little bit of a look into Carmelo's thought process as well. But that's just me. That is my non-expert opinion. This is the opinion of someone who has never been ranked in world play, so I think y'all could probably tell that, though. I mean, sometimes you just have to, right? You don't want to be under the platform either. Anvil? Because why not? Side B's because it's strong, but doesn't find anything there. Just a nice little recovery tool. And as we're seeing it here, Ashimo able to find the kick. Not able to get the kill, but is still finding the mark with some of these buttons. Carmelo has brought it back. But again, it's been methodically. And that is going to be a back air finding the mark. Ashimo is going to take it to a 2-stock-to-1 situation. Although, if you're mining it, you got that diamond pickaxe. Feels like the 1 stock apiece is imminent. I'll answer your question after this. But we're seeing now the back air. Yeah, that's. I hate to say I spoke it into existence, but if I said the opposite, it would have been commentator's curse, right? Some things are just inevitable. Diamond axe as well. 67% because you got up air. It's a thing, baby. And again, jumping over the single block, goading them into those interactions, that's going to be it. And Carmelo takes down Ashimo 3-0. And yeah, what can you say? That's just Carmelo, baby. Minecraft Steve doing the work, and Ashimo will have to bow out in 5th place. It was not without its effort. It was not without its struggle. Carmelo, however, taking it home. Now that we have a little bit of a break in the action, I will say I lean Captain Falcon. At least in this game. The game that I like to play, I main Knuckles. But that's enough of that, folks. I appreciate you coming through, watching it here on twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. We are going to have our next competitors up on stage shortly. I do believe we're going to get to winners right? Because we haven't decided between Rocky and Cheyenne. It was 3-1 in favor of Soleil and Rocky. So we are going to see more of that Kazuya Mishima goodness, but it will not be Street Fighter Cross Tekken in the losers semifinals. As funny as it would have been making jokes about gems, that would have been for the amusement of myself and the producer watch solely, because who in God's name still remembers that game? But it's actually a game that also featured Pac-Man. Pac-Man was bad. But we are going to get to losers, or excuse me, winners finals imminently between Mia and Hurt. And yeah, let's go ahead and go to that tail of the tape real fast, because these two have been at each other's throats. So that means you talk about one of those matchups that just seems to come up as inevitability deeper on in these brackets. They've been scrapping like rats in an outhouse. However, goodness me, has Mia gotten the better of this one? Who would have thought that Game & Watch would have a winning record against Snake? Tough to believe, I know. They have won Mia's won the last 5 of these things, folks. And I'm going to go ahead and check the all-time. But yeah, offline, I believe it's still 11-1. Yeah, they haven't played an online set. I don't think I can watch that. We're going to see real fast, though. Yeah, the last 5 of these things has been entirely Mia. And he has taken it to Hurt did take Mia to a game 5, and that was winners finals at Supernova. So yeah, that the Dulles Expo Center certainly is a place of magic, folks. I can say that. Mia going to Grants and in that one on winner's side at the expense of Hurt, and it did go, in fact, to a game 5. So that was it was fun to MC for Mia. I had a wonderful time at that one. In fact, co-MCing with my man Lentini. I saw I saw Mia hovering over Lucario, and I just got the weirdest flashbacks to New York Smash that I could possibly have imagined. But hey folks, we are here. And yeah, you're not hovering over Falcon, are you? Actually, wait a second. We do know that Hurt has a pocket Sonic. We do know that this is something that Hurt has been working on. Perhaps with Ken, I would imagine. I wonder what Sonics would have to say about this, because that is something that I think. Well, I mean, that's purely speculation, isn't it? What Sonics would have to say. There's just no way to know for sure. It's not like I can just ask him on Twitter or something. So I heard something scratching in the background. Turns out it's just my dog. Yeah, scratching. Steve, Gamerwatch, and Snake. Oh, you already know, baby. Let's go. Hey, you wanted to watch Japan Smash, baby. You were getting Japan Smash. And the thing is, they do make these characters interesting by how methodically they think, the way that they interact. There's always been a shift in process. Like, games have an accent. And this goes for soccer, this goes for basketball, this goes for everything. Thought processes are dictated by where you live. So, hey, the same would go for gaming thought processes as well. Hurt and Mia are going to be more than happy to demonstrate that. Welcome to Winners Finals here at Sumabato 63. Call sign twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. And here we go, baby. Can you tell I watch too much soccer? You know, I was talking about Catenaccio in Italy. I could talk about total football and with the Dutch. Can certainly talk about American soccer and how we just run around and drink Gatorade, but we are going to forever to untangle those headphones. But okay, dude, I've been there. Okay, sometimes it's hard, but the up tilt, goodness gracious me, that'll untangle you real quick. That is going to be first blood drawn by her. And Mia may be regretting picking the, I want to say, fourth lightest character in the game. However, they're on Town and City, and you got blasted into the upper echelons of the stratosphere, courtesy of that up smash. Yeah, no, the up tilt there was absolutely nuts from her. Mia, however, following it up pretty easily. It's yeah, they're willing to scrap, man. You got to give them that. Unfortunately for Mia, unfortunately for her, yeah, Mia has the bucket, and that makes it just a little bit more difficult. We were talking about the differences between Smash 4 and Ultimate Game & Watch, as I played both. But yeah, that's going to be hurt with the. Oh my gosh! Yeah, that bucket's getting filled up, but I don't think Hurt minds all that much. It is a 2-stock to 1 situation, and Mia's gonna have to make that happen. Your buttons ain't getting respected at all, buddy. Recovery not being respected, or should it be? Down smash, shielded by Hurt. I mean, you're knucking up and you're winning, but Mia's going for these heavily committal options, and Hurt's just taking advantage of that. Beautifully connected. I could have swore the up tilt would have been coming, but reading the landing and the up smash is going to take it. And we're seeing now Mia still on the back foot, but is not impossible. Drifting up, bucket in hand. It is going to be the last hit that does it, and it is going to be her winning that 1-0. It is such a conundrum to find yourself in, knowing that you can take games, but maybe not knowing that you can take 3 games. It is tough sometimes, I would imagine, if you're Hurt, because you know that it's doable. Like, the set record is 11-1 in favor of Mia. Like, it is pretty dominant in that regard. The game's record is 33-14. Guys, like, yeah, it's 2-1. It's over 2-1. But at the same time, you know it's possible. You know it's there. And you're seeing it happen. Like, it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. But now we are going to see, as this battle heats up, we'll go to Final Destination for one of the few times throughout this bracket. And I do wonder how Mia copes with not just Hurt, but Hurt with belief. That's not necessarily something that you expect. Hurt, of course, has won so many tournaments over the past couple of years. Kowloon won Battle of BC, and Genesis X2. Did so well at the prior Kagaribi. I mean, this is a guy who is, I mean, so accomplished all throughout the world. He's done just about everything. In fact, I believe took home
世界最強人格です。
久々見たね、シュルダン。
first place at a couple of S tiers. Smash Awesome.
通してここから
Obviously, Genesis GX2 was a P tier, but yeah, finding the belief and doing an up tilt on 90% Game & Watch.
クラって今何パーやった？
It's like chicken soup for the Smasher soul. What can you say? Not killing yet on FD, but eventually a stray hit of up air, was it? Winds up doing the job, and that is 2 stocks apiece now between Mia and Hurt. Though it is Hurt with the slight lead. The mental damage that you're able to do, even getting the upper hand at all on Game & Watch, this is going to be a test of Mia's fortitude, and yeah, this is where the bucket comes into play. It's not just good for reflecting grenades. Those bars, goodness gracious, they can hold, I believe, up to 16 hit points worth of damage. Those bars can vary between 1 and 16. And if you get a full powered bucket, oh my goodness, that's 48 points of damage and just crazy knockback. Got the kill there. That's good stuff from her. Bringing it even, but at least in terms of stock count. But Mia getting the advantage that you needed, taking away the platforms, and now making it just a little bit easier to land your shenaniganry. Makes it just a little bit easier. Oh wait, C4 is on the ground. We'll have to see how it's utilized. Mia wisely going to the other side of the stage, but we'll have to see. Turtle, C4 has not been baited into detonating it yet. Nair. And there you go. It's going to be the Nair, not quite enough to get the kill. C4 laid yet again. But is Mia going to know? The bucket! Yet again! Mia! Oh my goodness. One of the goofiest ways you can win a match, but you knew that it was being filled up. I genuinely wonder how much damage that could have done. Okay, we can go ahead and take a look at that. Sure, but yeah, when it's funny because you don't want Game & Watch to use your own attacks against you. You cannot allow them to fill up that bucket. You really do have to rely on your buttons, and your buttons aren't bad, but they're not great either. There's something that are meant to supplement the explosions and the missiles and the Nikitas and the mortars, the bombs, the grenades, whatever it is that you have. Your buttons are a supplement for all of that. And we are going to see now. And you know what? You wanna fight up close and personal and all that. All right, well, we can do that with Sonic, right? Because surely that's what Sonic does in this matchup. Don't you dare quote me out of context on that. We're going to go to game number 3. Pokemon Stadium 2 is the destination, and I can't necessarily say I blame them. Again, short ceiling, so Game & Watch is going to be getting mileage out of that up smash, and maybe threatening with those straight hits and all that. It's Ryu in... Huh. I don't think it's Ashimo's settings. Ashimo had a different tag. However, because if you're playing Ryu, why would you manually set your name as Ryu? I don't know. It should be said Ryu in Japanese does stand for dragon, so I don't know. Maybe you just wanted the English writing for dragon. It's an attitudinal thing. You never know. Oh. Well, I don't know. Sometimes it's just a matter of strategy. You want to be able to change things up. And
トック先制はハートソニックです。
てか本当にアクションゲームうまいなこの人。
うまいですね。マジでア
Hurt,
クション
it should be said, Hurt isn't necessarily doing all that bad, and just something where you're able to change the pace of play and control the pace of play, which Sonic is able to do. Mia has mixed results against a couple of Sonics in the past, so.
これは持続がまあ
Oh, and there you go. Mia is able to take that stock.
本当にかなりできる限りのことはしたと言ってもいい。いや読んでる。
引っ掛けて、
あ、いいずれてますね。
うまく抜けてずらしていたか。さあ71対27、上 B で直接狩りに行きます。
It is a slight lead right now for Hurt, and again, just being able to throw out buttons while also just having the because I mean Snake has buttons, right? You're talking about someone who's able to, you know, throw hands and do decently. But Mia is able to bait her as well. Speed can be a curse in this instance, as it always has been. We've seen Sonic make some mistakes in the past, but that's the thing. Sometimes that's the whole premise of Casino Night Zone is, you know, sometimes Sonic gambles too much. So that's true in Smash as well with the mains. Oh, whiffing on the dash grab as well, and we saw Mia almost make Hurt pay the price. Oh, the air dodge into the ledge, not doing it. That's going to be the F tilt. Just swing a chair at him. Why not? There's one stock each, however. Hurt doing the work. You're seeing it happen. You're seeing it come together. The process is there. But Hurt with that Pocket Sonic, we have seen traces of it. We've seen him go with the Sonic, I believe, at events like Get On My Level. We've seen it at Supernova. And again, we've seen it against Mia, in fact. I don't know if he's taken a set with the Sonic yet. But nevertheless, that forward air, the key is going to send him at a weird angle, but not quite getting the KO at 135, even though, again, on a short ceiling, probably could have. It required just a little bit of DI from her. Back air. Not quite enough to get the job done. Trying to read on the F smash. Hurt just going for these reads, thinking he's still playing Snake. Air dodge back to the stage. It's going to be the F tilt that does it. Piling up just enough damage to where the F tilt was able to get the kill from center stage. And Mia was made to work for that Game 3 victory. But it was a victory that was well earned. And now Hurt back against the wall in this Game 4. I mean, if you're Hurt, you probably run it back. I don't think you need to go back to Snake necessarily. You did well enough as a Okay, yeah. Right. Yeah, you did well enough as Sonic. It's doable. So here we go. Game 4 indeed, and jumping right into the face, wasting no time at all. Hurt is going to brook no discourse for this particular matchup. Has had enough. Something that Game & Watch said. I'd say we have to beep it out, but he does it already. So it is Mia, however, who is going to catch where Sonic is and instantly respond with a jab. It's those little things like that. It's like, you know what? I am aiming for where you're going to be. Whatever you can do to warm into Hurt's thought process and make him doubt. It's something. And here we go. Look, trying to get Mia going for the reads now. You got to respect it. Or don't. I don't know. I'm not your dad. But Hurt trying to goad Mia into coming in. Whatever you can do to close the distance, because you know that Sonic's going to be able to do so eventually, right? But it's anything that you're able to do as Sonic to make this just a little bit more of a question as to when you're going to shoot in. Like, you know you have the speed to do it, but oh, not able to tech on the side. Mia utilizing the strange launch angles of that down air, catching Mia off guard, and that is going to be stock number 1 for the Game & Watch, and one step closer to grand finals on winner's side. Up air now, or excuse me, up B. Pile on just a little bit more damage. I mean, it's such a good move that in principle really shouldn't work, because you shouldn't want to give up your position on stage. But the fact that it comes out at frame 3, the fact that it sends up so high, the fact that you're able to follow up out of it, it makes it such a good option. And one of the better out of shield options in the game. It made it so good in the early meta game as a counter pick against characters like Palutena, Inkling, whatnot, characters who were able to come in with buttons, and yeah, there was nothing quite as strong against so much of the cast as a falling Palutena Nair. So the wheel did some work, folks. 2 stocks apiece now. Mia being taken to task here by this Sonic, but Mia has responded in kind. It's not looking nearly as close as it was in the prior iteration of this one. Mia now following up with the Nairs, and yeah, these strings are coming together for Mia as well. Missing on the F tilt. Trying to finish off that stock and quick. Was that a footstool? Oh, whiffing on the dash grab as well. Hurt not able to follow up. Back throw. Oh, man. Like, I get that you got to go for stuff, but, man, you are putting yourself at risk, my buddy. My dude, my guy, my friend. Spin dashes. Parried. I mean, Mia is whiffing on a few of these things. He's fighting his demons out there on center stage. But, again, Hurt is making him guess. But it is the falling back air that does the job. All reliable for Game & Watch in so many iterations of Smash In. Certainly, Ultimate is no different. The Nair, falling Nair into rising Nair into another rising Nair is a thing that is not even close to the most offensive combo that Game & Watch has, let's be honest. Shield on ledge, on platform, I should say. And the turtle of bears. No 2-2s. Rest in peace. But is going to catch the landing the one time Sonic got caught flat-footed. That's why you run as opposed to standing still, because otherwise Mia will burn you right up. 3 games to 1, and Mia is the qualificant for grand finals on winner's side here at Sumabato 63. What a showing for Mia. Again, this is perhaps expected, but you're talking about someone who is looking to reclaim that spot in the standings, that #1 in the world ranking. Someone who has reached the mountaintop so many times, won tournaments on pretty much every continent Smash has played. And now we're seeing, oh, hang on, what do we got here, man? Yo, man, you really wanted to get into it. Shoot, they are setting up already. But folks, I'd like to thank you for joining us here on twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. My name is Stu, the announcer. It is incredibly late here in the United States of America. We hope wherever you are watching in the world, whether you're in Osaka or Omaha, whether you are in Tokyo or in Tallahassee, we thank you for joining us, and we implore you, smash that purple heart to follow. Subscribe if you're so inclined. If you think it's time, drop that prime, folks, whatever it takes, so that we can keep bringing you the best that the world of Smash has to offer, no matter where in the world it is. That is our mission here at VG Bootcamp. But again, we have brought you Mia versus Hurt. Thus far, it's been a fun ride. And hey, wherever you're watching in the world, shout that out right now in the chat. I want to read it because I'm loving being here with y'all. I'm loving being able to share this with you. And I've been talking to myself for like 3 hours now. So I'm going a little crazy. I've been crazy. I'm not even going to front, but I've been enjoying going crazy with y'all. So show me where in the world you're watching from. I want to hear it. I want to be connecting with y'all. I am reading that chat against my better judgment. So as long as you're not like cursing or throwing out slurs, it's cool with me. But I want to hear where y'all are from. And certainly my producer Watch appreciates y'all being here too. Folks, if you're enjoying Smash at this time of the night, then I mean, you know what? There are a lot worse things you can be doing in the morning. So I will not judge you for that. I will certainly not be judging these two players for how well they are able to play this game, because goodness gracious, the show that they have put on is nothing short of impressive. Carmelo versus Rocky is going to be the matchup here. Rocky, a former champion in his own right of this tournament. Carmelo, the 15th ranked player in the world, who does have championship wins in his locker of a pretty high quality, I must say. But we're going to see here, Carmelo, my guy, has been on a roll and has put up some dominating performances thus far in this particular tournament. It must be said, however, that, I mean, Carmelo being the number 4 seed in this tourney, and now having to face off against Rocky. The winner of this one, by the way, goes on to play Hurt in loser semis. So this is again about how it plays out in the bracket. Maybe, you know, the 15th and 33rd ranked players in the world going up against each other. There's a little bit of poetry in that. You certainly appreciate the drama that goes along with this and the showmanship that these two have put on. But Carmelo's path to this has been nothing guaranteed. I can tell you that right now. Beating Kuroponzu, the 114 ranked player, and winners top 64, going on to beat Gankuro, a Captain Falcon who has been punching above his weight as of late. That was an achievement in what Gankuro was able to do. I believe finishing just on the cusp of top 8 qualifiers. But yeah, only taken to loser's side by Rocky, and then going on to beat Snow, Radikus, and then Ashimo, and now taking on Rocky. Yeah, Carmelo's been putting in that work, and it's been showing, given the path that he's taken in his career thus far. You're talking about former first place finisher at Sumabato earlier on in this year, beat Ashimo in grand finals and 3-2 after a reset. So taking down the World Warrior in that regard after Ashimo sent him to losers. So you talk about resilience, Carmelo's got it. Let's see if he got what it takes to take down Rocky here at Sumabato 63. Only one thing's for sure: winner goes on, loser goes home. And a methodical start here. You would expect that because you want the Steve to mine resources, but Kazuya is under no real obligation to respect that. You do have the power to just kind of kill Steve if you really need to. So you are having to put something up if you're Kazuya, however. So not exactly the most defensively minded character in a defensively minded game, and Carmelo, only suffering 22 points worth of damage, is going to make Rocky cede that first stock. And now the Diamond Pickaxe coming out. You are just piling it on. What else are you going to do if you are Rocky? Presumably the answer is play better, but that seems a little simplistic. You're just getting Steved out the wazoo, and what is it that you are able to achieve here? Because now you're just getting position. Welcome to the Zero to Death compilation, Rocky. That is unfortunate positioning for you. Whoever is editing this compilation, please make me sound better than I actually do. Finally, Rocky is on the board. And what is it that you are able to do here if you are Rocky? It feels impossible. I mean, you know it isn't. But it feels like it. It has to right now because Town and City has not been kind to you. You just got the red light flashing in your face. You've only put up 35 points of damage. That was a beautiful tech, by the way, by Rocky. Pickaxe. Oh, no. The lasers coming out. You're finally putting on some damage, but I guess you should have respected the resources. That's game one. Oh, boy. Oh, if you're Rocky, you are not enjoying that at all. We can dwell on that another time. Hey, shout outs to the viewer watching in the Philippines, by the way. Certainly appreciate that. I mean, Filipino food, goodness gracious, man. Like some of the best beef I've ever had in my life, man. I mean, Filipino adobo, man. That's got to be one of my favorite, like adobo pork. Oh my goodness, folks! If you've never had like pork adobo, like find you some seriously. But we're going to get to game number 2, and I will make sure you have plenty of rights with it too. I'll stop talking about food now. Because right now we're watching Carmelo eat. I mean, straight up left no crumbs in that game number 1. But Rocky, off to a stronger start in game number 2. Felt like he was getting the rhythm of it later on in that game number 1. Unfortunately, it was pretty well decided by the time he caught on to the rhythm. But now we're seeing, hasn't suffered damage yet. But then again, Rocky's been focused on resources here. That single block, Kazuya can disregard it with the laser. Perhaps that dictates what Rocky is able to do. The throw. Triple digits. I mean, it's a pretty methodical way to get a start off to your game. It was nearly a 0 to death. Shoot. I mean, until it wasn't. Until it very obviously wasn't. Please don't tell me this is how I curse this. Let's go ahead and casually expand the stage. Why not? The throw. Don't just put the yell out there. Don't just throw the yell out there. Okay, there we go. That is going to be Rocky getting on the board with a stock. With 83%, but, you know, 2 swings of the pickaxe changes that pretty quickly. I mean, it makes you wonder what Rocky is able to do with this character in the face of such domineering Steve play. The answer is keep the red jacket on. It will eventually disappear. He hasn't used the rage art, I don't believe, on stream in this tournament. I feel like I'd remember that. But then again, it is very late at night. But it's late at night here, I should say. I'm not actually in Japan. Or in that time zone, for that matter. Looking through. Gets the throw. And it's going to be a back air that sends him up and out. Finally taking that first stock off of Rocky. And it was not without a little bit of trepidation, but nonetheless. Carmelo finally getting points on the board and is going to look to add up even more. Just racking it up here. erases the full stock deficit and indeed could be going for even more. Piling on some big damage. This is where you want to get it. Just an impossible ask at the ledge. What are you going to do now? Looking to be up against it is Rocky at 159, but you can still take this stock. Anvil dropped on your head. I mean, look, he's been dropped in volcanoes. He's good. And eventually now he's going to utilize the Heaven's Door, slamming it shut on the face of Carmelo, and it is going to be Rocky with the Game 2 victory. We are drawn up at 1.
五分の夢をずっと達成してるっていう感じがしてすごいよね。そうね、2分の1みたいなところをしっかりね、勝ってる。
And here we go, game number 3. It's his, again, we've seen the resilience from Rocky to be able to come back and neutralize the advantages that Steve even gives you as we go to small battlefield. For game number 3. Lasers coming out. Everything coming up roses thus far for Steve Mains in these past couple of months. But what do you want, man? This is a rough way to go if you are Rocky, just having to wait while someone mines away your fate. This is Kazuya is not exactly used to that. He's gonna be the master of his own destiny. You know what I mean? Looking for the down smash, not finding it. Now going to start chipping away at this wall. That single block again. Looking to make Rocky commit to something that he really shouldn't be committing to. I do like that aspect of the strategy from Carmelo, but sometimes the wall is in your mind. What can you say? Oh, beautifully done. Cheeky little rising upper, and then bounces him off the wall and off into the blast zone. That's going to be the first stock taken by Rocky. And now what do you want to do? 2 stocks apiece, drawn up, and it's certainly a tenable situation for Carmelo. However, you have to say, Rocky has been able to leverage the damage output quite well, and you're not seeing Carmelo necessarily react with fear, but definitely being judicious about the interactions, just a little bit more. Getting Carmelo to approach, even if it's just across the single brick that he lays down from time to time. Getting Carmelo to close down the space even a little bit, even if it's just a purely symbolic gesture, is something, because that means the fear of what Steve is lessened just a little bit. Those 3 bricks, man, those 3 blocks could become the deciding factor in this one. You're just creating the cave, you're mining those resources, you're able to put out brick after brick, but they don't do you any good in the air. The minecart sitting there, almost ominously, like a bad omen for what could be to come for Kazuya Mishima, should he get just a little too antsy. Now we see the gameplay. It is I'd call it intellectually stimulating if I were trying to sell you a false bag of goods, but we're going to see now. This is what Carmelo is trying to do, is trying to lull you to sleep. The repetition. When's it going to change? You better pay attention. But now, looking for just a little bit more in terms of damage value. It is going to be an up throw that does the job on Rocky. And there it is. You want to commit to it, you better be ready to pay the price. It's going to be the tilt that winds up doing the job, and now we are at 1 stock apiece. This game reaching the 5-minute mark, and they are looking to just they're looking to settle this thing, but not necessarily quickly, because I feel like they both each are trying to establish that they're the boss hog in this particular thing. And yeah, it might look bad on paper for Kazuya, but keep in mind, Kazuya is able to do a lot of damage, man. You're able to get those hits when you're able to establish that you're not necessarily afraid of what Steve can offer. Oh, and the parry, beautifully done, and now you're able to get the throw. Oh, beautifully tapped. There are things you're able to do as Carmelo, and some of them are reflex tests. Certainly Carmelo has been passing with, I wouldn't say with ease, but definitely done the job. It is going to be a swing. You walked in. You tried to establish that you were not afraid, and all right. Well, that's what you get. Is there's a difference between fearlessness and foolhardiness. Guess which one that was. Carmelo is going to take the 2-1 lead, and yeah, it's well, it's the minecart. What are you going to do? You have to make sure that you're not getting the projectile command grab, which I cannot believe is a thing that I have to say. You have to make sure that it's not messing with you. The TNT block sitting there. You know, that's the thing. Like, no matter if it's your own TNT block or if it's Kazuya Mishima, there are many things that can blow up in your face, and that's just the reality of it. If you're the Steve, so sometimes it's just going to be the winning play to play lame. It's a shame to have to say that, but so it goes. And Carmelo, no stranger to adversity, no stranger to success, is taking home first place in a couple of bigger tournaments. I think the biggest one might have actually been that Sumabato in April, but gotten a couple good placings. Won a C tier. Actually, in that C tier one, yeah, Gachidoka singles. I do believe that it was a Kazuya that he might have beaten in the grand finals. 3 stocks to 2. Miru. Carmelo's made his name at the expense of many a brawler. As you might expect from Steve, on paper it looks like a absolutely miserable matchup. But on screen, it also looks like an absolutely miserable matchup. So credit to Rocky for doing what he's been able to do thus far. Let's see here. We're getting minecarts and anvils galore. I mean, that's a lot of wasted iron, man. What can we say? But it's Carmelo eventually taking the first stock in what I will call a sensibly paced game number 4. I'm not really sure if I need to use neutral language, but it is late and I don't want to upset people. There we go. 2 stocks apiece now. Rocky after having 87 points of damage piled onto him with the quickness, I should say, is finally going to take that stock.
手を出しづらい状況。その間にも円玉はどんどん強くなる。結構ね、撃墜できた時に資材はかなり削れたんやけど、それでもその後最悪進められるような状態になってるのは、まあラキさんとしては嫌かもしれないね。そうね。まあ眺めるしかないけど、眺めてるとどんどんスティーブが強くなっていく、円玉が強くなっていくからね。さあ頭から空中まで通したブロックを置いて、なるほどうまくどかした。さあ帰ってきて。
Two stocks apiece, and again, just trying to, like two bulls in a barnyard staring each other down. What can you even really say about that? They're just looking for the next opportunity to do to pile on the damage. And they're going to do it again in like just 50-60% increments, right? Because that's what these characters kind of do. But these stray hits also have the opportunity to get the KO, and that is, you know, not for nothing. It's a good option to have. The mines. Carmelo yearning for the mines. Kazuya Mishima probably owns a few. Look, the Mishima Zaibatsu isn't necessarily cool and good, so, you know, whatever. Say that as a joke, but let's be real. It's, if you know the story of Tekken, you know it's insane. Rolling in, getting the punches in the face, that's an open opportunity. And now Carmelo surviving at 150%, but for how long? Oh, the pickaxe is there, though. Had to up B just to break Carmelo's rhythm a little bit. Now reestablishing the neutral. Comes a punch in the face contest. Not a whole lot of bricks for Carmelo to work with, and is going to be rewarded with their patience. Yeah, no, it's Steve is an entity, man. I know it's Enderman or Enderman, whatever, but yo, let's be real. Steve. That is going to be the back air. Now we are at one stock each. 90 seconds to go, so let's see what you can do with a minute and change. Right now, it is Rocky that has the advantage. Oh, hang on. Straight hit with the minecart. That could have led to something devious. And now it's Carmelo at triple digits. Minute and change remaining. Here we are. 1 minute left in game 4. But you're not going to see the rest of that because it is Rocky who wound up getting the best of Carmelo. And we are going to a game 5. What else is it that we can see from this set? Because we get it. Like, this game does slow down to a crawl at times. But it's because not just of Steve putting up walls, obviously. It's because the Steve doesn't want to approach either. Because this is... Why would you want to approach the guy who, when he punches, lightning comes out, right? What would you do in real life? You'd put up a wall too. I'm not saying you do it as easily as Steve does, but you know, you'd try. Anyways, game number 5. Let me stop trying to justify Steve. And here come the blocks. Just a quick little preliminary 86 percentage points worth of damage. Make that 98 now. Rocky almost at triple digits. Oh, there you go. The rage art, we finally saw it. It's almost as if... Does that count as a reverse commentator's curse? Because I did put it out there Folks, that's a little literative. That's a literary storytelling device called Chekhov's gun, and I'm glad that it got used in the final act. So we got to see that the Rage Art Heaven's Door finally, but Carmelo able to equal things back up, and now you got the Diamond Pickaxe Carmelo coming back with a vengeance. And Small Battlefield is so good to Steve. And Rocky just had no chance of coming back. And what a big lead for Carmelo to establish in this Game 5. The means, the fight against Hurt, the opportunity to avenge what was done to him earlier on in this tournament. Carmelo on a streak in this one. Ever since going down just before top 8, been on an absolute heater. And now what we're seeing thus far is a run that he'll want to remember. Not quite done yet. He is a former champion. It's not necessarily uncharted waters, but it is rarefied air to get to this point no matter what. Rocky certainly understanding what it takes to win as well, but it's Carmelo shining like a diamond and gets the pop off as well. You know he wanted it, and he was made to work for it. Rocky goes down in flames, but it is a blaze of glory. What a fight put up by Rocky. It is Carmelo who moves on. And that game, much more quick than the prior. But Carmelo still having to make it work. It's still the game. You still got to play it. And indeed he did. 3-2 the final score in loser semifinals. It will be Carmelo against Hurt. Folks, sometimes you just got to take a sip. But that's shout out to you, TK. Man, I got to say, it was getting a little chilly in here, but now that the tournament's heating up, I might have to drop this thing right off because knowing how many explosions are going to be on screen, I know I'm going to feel the flames. So we are going to get into it. The 63rd edition of Sumabato, top 3 coming your way. My name is Stu, the announcer. It is my pleasure to be giving this commentary to you. On a solo effort, assisted by the producer, Watch, and certainly backbone of the community, one of the main pillars of the bridge between Japan and the United States. So thank you to him. And thank you for watching. Certainly appreciate y'all coming through. And yeah, look, whoever said Kazuya was honest, let's be real. Let's be so for real right now. Kazuya is Luigi adjusted for inflation. Let's be super for real. Thank you for the compliments. I certainly appreciate that. And I know that we got people watching all around the world. We got a viewer from the Philippines, bro. Shout out to you. And yeah, wherever you're watching from, man, if you're in Philly or Florida or the Philippines, certainly appreciate that. Arigatou gozaimasu. And yeah, it's been a wonderful time being able to commentate. I know that there are a lot of things happening all throughout the world. I know that there is certainly big things happening in the Kansai region. You got Kyoto Sanga, who's doing so well in the J League in soccer. They're still fighting for the title. They're well within that race. There might be a game going on right now, actually. Not like I can watch it. My TV ain't that great. Yeah, and I mean, so many things. I mean, the Hanshin Tigers in the Japan series. And of course, you've got so many players from Hyogo who've done so well. Miya and Aquila, both from Hyogo Prefecture, doing big things in Smash and making their waves and being top 3, top 4 players in the world. However, Kansai region being challenged just a little bit by Hurt, coming from the southern tip of Kyushu Island in Kagoshima to make his way up into losers finals of this one. Getting dumped into losers bracket by Miya, who is sitting in Grands, but nevertheless, dude's hanging on, chilling with that Snake, and we are going to see just how well Snake does against Steve. So, ooh, man, I mean, it's one of those things that you know that the matchup is doable. At the same time, you know that Steve has the reputation that he has for a reason. It's a thing, but I am going to look up exactly how that matchup goes. But in the meantime, folks, I encourage you to go ahead and hit that purple heart to follow. Subscribe if you're so inclined, folks. If you think it's time, drop that prime. Appreciate y'all coming through, and yeah, it's been a wonderful show. It's been a wonderful couple of weeks. I enjoy being able to do these events for you, even if I have to reset my sleep schedule. But who cares? Because I'm not sleeping anyway. Don't tell that to nobody else. Certainly don't tell my mom that she ain't awake right now. But yeah, man, I'm enjoying doing all of these things. So I'm really glad that I'm able to do this with y'all. It's a privilege to be able to cast for yous. It's a privilege to be able to do this so late at night. And yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy my commentary because I certainly do enjoy doing the commentary for you. Hurt does good against Steve, right? I mean, yeah, decently enough. It kind of makes you wonder though, because yeah, you know you do well against Steve. How well do you do against everyone, Steve? Because there are different ways to approach the game, and just because you play as Steve so many times, it doesn't necessarily mean you know the. I mean, for what everything that you can say about Steve, you know, like how much he slows the game down when he's mining resources. You do have options in how you get the kills. You know, you do have a plethora of ways with which to do it. All of them single interactions. It's not necessarily super combo intensive gameplay, but you do have your pick of the litter with how you get things done with the overpowered resources that you're able to get a little too easily for people's liking. So there is something to be said. It's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. However, I will say this head to head with Hurt, Carmelo. I mean, yeah, does decently well against Akala as part of the reason why Hurt is able to rise up so decently, but does have a 1-0 record on Carmelo, and that was a 3-0. So something to be said. Either way, we got losers finals on the way here at Sumabato 63. Call sign twitch.tv/VG Bootcamp. And starting things off again, you know, this is as judicious as we expected it to be. Build the wall, mine the resources, and then watch as the explosions happen behind it. Yeah, nice to know it. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And in case you're wondering, which you probably weren't, that matchup happened in losers quarterfinals at a 16th edition of Grand Slam. So that was actually all the way back in 2023. So this would be the first time since his relative ascent that he was that they're playing at this level. Because yeah, back then Carmelo was an honorable mention for the rankings at the time, but yeah, not so now. He's number 15 in the world, but Hurt says you better know your place. It is still below me, and Hurt joined First Blood in this set. Best of 5, obviously, but man, oh man, do the stakes feel just a little bit higher than that, especially if you're talking about someone like Carmelo. You at the very least want to stake your claim to wanting to belong in that realm, right? You wanting to belong in the conversation with people like her, and that's something that you want to see for yourself. And certainly, this Steve main from Kyoto is no different. There's an explosive laid down there, I think. And yeah, that is going to be a stock taken by Carmelo, who's shown maybe, just maybe, I've grown a little bit in 2 years since. Oh man, they're doing a lot of dancing around each other. Calling it on. It's a very different tenor, I would say, from what we saw last set, Steve versus Kazuya, where they just wanted to do all their damage at once. You know that if you overextend, you can be punished, and that's true for both characters. But they're not playing with fear either, so gotta respect that. Catches the jump, well done, and the back air is going to be the result, but still, Carmelo with a slight lead in terms of damage, and just as I say that, and this is why they call it a commentator's curse, folks. The anvil, dropping it down right on the button of the Pokeball. I am impressed. Folks, sometimes you just got to make your own achievements. Oh man, a little mutually assured destruction, but minus the destruction. Gotta love that when that happens. Feels a little Dragon Ball Z-esque. Just knock each other back into the sides of canyons. Minecart. Explosion. Oh, but it is going to be a back air that winds up doing the job for Carmelo. Surviving at 174. Got to think that a back air is going to do the job, which makes the construction of that wall all the more important. And getting something out of Minecart as well. Just a little extra damage. How important it is in the long run, not everything is as important in the moment. What can we say? Got equal parts stone and iron in the clip. Oh. Missile to the face. Not quite enough to get the job done. Minecart landed perfectly on the spot. Some impressive curling, but I don't know how much that counts for in Smash. Hurt being made to do a lot of dancing in this. And is able to connect with what looked like the back air. And is getting it down to one stock each now. Carmelo, a couple of hits away from a statement victory in game one that may well change the complexion of this set. But Hurt right now trying to hold court. Right now is struggling to hold stage. Having these bombs blow up in the face, and yeah, the bombs bouncing off of the wall has to hurt for hurt. Realize exactly what I was saying after I started that sentence, but we're seeing now Hurt getting back to stage and is having trouble coping with what Carmelo has been able to provide here. Dash attack right into the shield. That could have been ripe for punishment. Up throw not quite going to do the job there at 157%. Again, shortest ceiling in the competitive rule set. Not quite yet either. Hurt able to direct himself outward. Minecart. The threat of it is always there, and that connects on the hilt of the pickaxe. That is a crazy range, and that is going to kill. Hurt can only survive so many of those big hits, and simply put, up at that range, Steve with Diamond is just going to have more options to send you back farther than Hurt will in that moment. So, two former Sumabato champions in their own right, Hurt and Carmelo. Carmelo winning the 57th edition of the tournament back in April. Hurt, believe a one-time champion in his own right, winning Sumabato 48 back in June of 2024. As we go to game number 2. Here we go, man. I mean, again, yeah, just get the wall up, get the resources out, and throw bombs at the wall until it breaks. It works when it's dirt. Let's say that. Works decently enough. If my phrasing is a little clumsy, then I just want you all to know I'm not sorry. Damage advantage right now for Carmelo, but again, it's just the thoughtfulness behind what these two are doing. Hurt isn't even engaging right now. This is just, all right, you know what? Get the diamond, do whatever. That's fine. I'm just gonna. We do have a prediction that this is perhaps going to time, and at this point, it's tough to. Yeah. Tough to argue with that. Sometimes you just gotta block camp, man. That's just what it is. And even though you do have the disadvantage in terms of damage, you got to think, if you are able to goad Carmelo into something and get him from out behind that wall, you never know, right? It could happen. Something could happen. It's just a matter of, will Hurt be ready when the time comes? Triple digits? We're seeing it now. Oh. Trying to do anything he can to that crafting table. It's like you found the source of the evil. Let's destroy it. Oh man, it's like trying to destroy the source in Highlander. Can you tell I've watched Highlander too many times? Man, some of y'all don't even know what Highlander is. What am I doing? All right, we're gonna stop making references to dumb sci-fi movies that I like, and talk about this game instead, because that's infinitely better, right? We're coming up on 3 minutes, and we have yet to see a stock. And folks, again, hey, tell me where you're watching from. As Hurt finally takes the first stock of this one. You know what? While we got this going, tell me if you got the Dodgers or the Blue Jays in the World Series. I want to hear you. They could talk about hockey, could talk about soccer. Nah, man. Dodgers or Jays? What you's got? Me, I think the Jays got it in 7. I want that for Toronto. It'll be a good series, though. I'll say that. Grenades coming out. Dash attack. And it's going to be 2 stocks apiece now. And yeah, it's again Hurt just kind of fallen victim to the standard Steve trappings, although not doing so until, like 3-4 minutes into the match. Not doing too badly, all things considered. Dash attack to just get away from the Steve, from the axe swinging madman. That's a pretty decent strategy. 2 stocks to 1 now, and Hurt. Yeah, again, it's just about picking your interactions, and sometimes you gotta wait 7 minutes in order to do that. Sometimes the name of the game is patience, folks. And I am... Yeah, I am genuinely kind of curious how I am going to pass the time in this set. I hope that I am at the very least more engaging than what is going on. So we are at a minute and change, just under 2 minutes, but we're going to see it. The minecart is going to not do anything, and Hurt is able to get the stock and get the game. We are drawn up at 1 apiece, and Hurt trying to break his way through these walls that Carmelo keeps putting up. We did see Hurt. I mean, it took a little bit, but Hurt found the way and is able to bring just a touch of that flair to the last stock as well. Gotta appreciate it, man. Not for nothing, but hey, Hurt's got to get it done one way or another, and sometimes it just has to be that. Yeah, he's not gonna want to. He's not gonna want to interact because why would he? Excuse me. Here we go with game number 3. Again, just piling it up just a little bit more quickly. It's a interesting stage. You have a wider area to work with, but trying to initiate just a little bit more combat. Then again, you have more space to cover, so obviously Carmelo is going to look for that to garner an advantage, even though there is a rate at which like you're not going to get as many diamonds. I think that PS2 has the least the lowest diamond rate, like lowest diamond spawn rate. However, you do get iron, so it's either the lowest diamond or lowest iron. I'm not sure. If you think I'm dedicating a Google search to that, you are out of your mind. But grenades, nonetheless, popping their way through. And yeah, the minecart popping his way into Hurt's face, as is the pickaxe. That is going to be stock number 1 to Carmelo. Triple digits now. Hurt finding the stock and did not see it any extra credit. That is hey, you know what? Small victories are victories. You got to just take that if you're Hurt. And we are back to the resource game and the war of attrition that has been thrown out. Hey, even if it's a war of attrition, that means there are some pretty solidly drawn battle lines. And, well, we're seeing them play out here. The damage that's being put on by Carmelo, though, nothing to shake a stick at. Luckily, it's not a stick, it's a pickaxe. Seeing it here. And now Hurt trying to build a wall of his own, and that wall is made of grenades. We're seeing that damage pile on just a little bit. You have to place them pretty expertly, but need to be just a little less accurate, I guess, with that pickaxe. And we're seeing it play out here, where Carmelo gets Hurt into a last stock situation in this game number 3. Pickaxes, piling it on. 85, 95 percentage points, triple digits. Carmelo knows how close he is to grand finals, to a return trip. First one since April at a Sumabato. And this 15th ranked player in the world looking Hurt in the eyes and making his elder respect him. There are no rules for seniority on the sticks. You're either better or you're not. Carmelo looking for a sense of victory, a sense of righteousness, a sense of belonging with the number 3 ranked player, easily the world's best snake. The minecart missing the mark. a full stock lead now on Hurt. And even though the grenades will reach over the wall, they are not going to get the knockout that Hurt so desperately needs. Carmelo controlling the pace of play, however, Hurt connecting with the back air. We're seeing it here. The grenades being lobbed into the trenches like the Battle of the Bulge. And now a 3-block wall being built. And Hurt simply cannot cope right now. Another diamond pickaxe. Because why wouldn't you? Wait, actually, no. Was it not? Okay, it was sword, yeah, but... Being sent up into the air? I mean, Hurt is accurate with these shots, but... It seemed to be mostly for naught. Not getting the knockback that you need to kill, just kind of sending them into rage. Eventually getting that that knockout blow, but at 110%, you got the diamond on the sword, but are you going to have what it takes to build up that damage and get the killing blow on Carmelo? This is where you prove just how quality you are. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Hurt looking to show both here. Minute and change remaining. Carmelo still building that wall. Doesn't need to apply the pressure. Time is his friend here. Less than a minute to go. Under the platform. No need to approach. Only pursuing when you have a clear path towards a hitbox. And showing it there, the pickaxe is finding this mark at 149%. Hurt is at the cusp of death. C4. It's kind of chilling there. It's right there, but... Oh, I don't think Carmelo's going to be goaded towards it. He remembers exactly where it is. No. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that's going to be the up throw, and Carmelo is able to get the victory. And he is at 2-1 now on Hurt. It is a tough thing to ponder. This is not easy to solo cast. I certainly appreciate you all. Hanging out with me here. But yeah, no, this is yet another one of the Steves that has been working in the tradition of doing well at these Sumabato tournaments. Again, you're talking about people who have won these things in the past. Carmelo himself being a past winner. Rocky, who's played this character to tremendous success. I believe took it over Taike playing Steve. And yeah, it's not like he's alone in the matter. This is pretty well established that Steve is a decent character over in Japan, and as polarizing over there as he is here, I think they're a little bit more polite about it, admittedly. And now the grenades, just going right through the dirt bricks. Probably just going to encourage Carmelo to mine more, if I'm being completely honest. But we go to small battlefield for game number 4, and just firing away, and it's a pretty good pitching arm on Hurt Snake. Could use him on the Phillies. Can't be worse than we've got in the bullpen now. So either way, that's a conversation for another time. Shielding, trying to walk with the axe. The Enderman Axe Murderer out yet again on small battlefield, and again, no real reason to go after things. It's just a lot of damage being piled on, and by a lot I mean 34%, because that's totally a lot, right? And that was all just made up in 2 hits. Like, that's the game we're playing, folks. And if I'm not mistaken, the winner of this one is getting a trip to Port Priority in 2 weeks. So it's not nothing. The winner of last month's got a trip to Port as well. That was Raru taking it 3-1 over Ashimo. So, and we did see a little bit of Ashimo earlier on. Wound up going down 3-0 to this very Carmelo, who is on a 3-match win streak right now, 4-match win streak right now. With a victory here, he'd make it 5. He'd make it to Grands. Continuing on now. At 123%, Carmelo may be on the back foot, but hurt. Had to get himself in a position to win in the first place. And how is it that you are going to counteract what Carmelo is doing? He's got to accept that he's going to block camp, man. Oh, beautifully done. The grenade recovery, bouncing off of the rock in order to get back to the stage. However, Carmelo with the counterplay. Sometimes you just got to roll up on him, man. It is 3-2 in favor of Carmelo, and 1 step closer to grand finals where Mia, I should say, patiently awaits. Now still hanging out. Still trying to find a way back into this set is hurt. Trying to establish the dominance that he's been so thoroughly known for. Decent record on Akala, as has been mentioned prior, but Carmelo has presented a conundrum. What if I just didn't care? What if I just Here we go, dash attack. 2 stocks to 1. Carmelo 1 away here. Here we go. Looking for it, trying to find a way in, needs to get that killing blow, and is just eluding him. Carmelo hiding behind the wall, because why would he do anything else? There's no reason to. And Nikita. He's been finding a lot of really good stuff, but yeah, just needs to find it a little bit more consistently, and finally, like, going down to 1 stock apiece. It's at 36. Like, you need to pile up this damage. You just need to go. Like, if you lose, right?
この間に物がある状況を2人はどう過ごすか。この壁を隔てた2人の会話。かなとこ当たってこのブロック空対空。ここは勝ったの。
And there we go. It's Carmelo. Folks, I am. Carmelo is doing the thing, man. He popped off, and he's excited to get back to Grand Finals, and you can't blame him for that. It's, hey, you know what? Grands is Grands, baby. Grands is Grands. And Hurt, as good as the effort was, simply was not enough to break through, and Carmelo getting the job done and making his way. Mia will be waiting. And oh boy, Mia's got to be licking his chops at the opportunity to fight another Steve. You know he's excited about that. But folks, we are in Grand Finals. I am going to do a little bit of research here for what we are for what we're able to ascertain about this matchup. What I will say, though, folks, for sure, without research, is that you are watching the 63rd edition of Sumabato here on twitch.tv/VGBootcamp, your home for some of the best Smash all around the world. My name is Stu, the announcer. Arigato gozaimasu for joining us. And yeah, Watch, our producer, has been rocking with us all throughout the afternoon. I've been rocking with you all throughout the night. I am going to step outside and see the sun eventually. It is almost 6 a.m. here in the United States, in the central United States. Just hanging out here in Texas, and if I see an electric light outside, I will be shocked. I will just assume it's the police or something. But folks, there's only 2 people left in this thing. Quite a few people coming through this bracket, and those 2 individuals, Mia and Carmelo. Carmelo doing well to reach the 15th rank in the world in this past ranking cycle. 65th before that, and an honorable mention at the time when he last faced off against Hurt. But yeah, that's a win against Hurt he just got. It was maybe not the most attractive win in the world, but it was a win nonetheless. And folks, they count him up just the same. But yeah, we're looking at this this match record between Carmelo and Mia. And yeah, Mia does have the 2-1 advantage on Carmelo. Should be said that 13th edition of Kagaribi was the last time that they met up, and it went to Mia by a score of 3-0. Loser's side top 8 matchup in that one. The other time was that New Year's tournament, Maizuma top number 1. But folks, we are going to get right into it. Folks, we are in Grand Finals here at Sumabato 63, call sign twitch.tv/VGBootcamp. Stu, the announcer, rocking out with you here on the mic. It's Mia in winner's side and the upstart Carmelo in losers. Game & Watch versus Steve. And here we go. To one end or another, this thing's going to end. A pretty high-octane start, all things considered, from Mia at 90% already, but the pickaxe of gold in hand for Carmelo. You know that the damage can pick it up. And yeah, this is a Game & Watch at the very least has the means to break through these walls. Just a little bit, right? Like, it's not hopeless in terms of how you're able to get the job done. The falling there, it gives you such good reach. Goodness gracious. Speeding things up. Utilizing the fact that the bomb just falls straight down while they're mining. It is a cheeky little way to subvert the game just a little bit, and it is going to force Carmelo to go under those platforms just a little bit more. And Game & Watch does have the means to sort of work their way around that. Forward throw? Or you just kind of let him go and knock him with the sword. That's crazy. Either way, 3 stocks. Dash attack is going to be what gets the first stock of this one at 141 before eventually Carmelo closes out the first stock of Mia. 2 apiece here. And I will say the tenor of this game, the pace of this game, a little bit quicker than the last one. Perhaps you at home were able to ascertain that as well, but nonetheless, here we go, y'all. Nair. Swinging away, and the reflector working on the minecart. And yeah, the fact that Bucket has a reflector in this game is just one of those little things that, hey, people were complaining about it before the DLC. I will say that. And frankly, they were right to. As someone who played Game & Watch ever so briefly. Looking for the knock on. Carmelo with an ever so slight lead, but Mia about an F tilt away from getting the second stock of this matchup. Heck, first one was gotten by dash attack. Why not, right? Let's make it 2. However, getting pieced up by the pickaxe. Not able to tech that. I think I saw the red light there, so yeah. Up air is down air is going to take the second stock off of Carmelo. But yeah, when you got a diamond pickaxe, you can do pretty much whatever you want, can't you? I would imagine the same would apply in real life. Please don't test that assertion. And it is going to be the diamond pickaxe that falls upon Mia. And Carmelo is going to take us to a game 2 with an advantage of 1-0. And here we go. Game number 2. And yeah, same battlefield as last time, a small one. But we're going to see things start off. Yeah, it's well, actually not a small battlefield. Rather a regular sized one. Can't really say large battlefield, can we? I don't know if I've ever played on large battlefield. Can you think of it? Intrusive thoughts mid-set. We're going to see a burial into the up smash, and that is stock number 1, Mia. You know what? Gonna play a cartoon character, you're gonna get a cartoon death. So that's just how it works, man. Them's the breaks. You can only shield so much when a minecart's coming at you. That Nair is coming in clutch for Mia, though. The range that you get with them fishes jumping out the bowl, it is not for nothing. And you're seeing now, trying to extend that reach, the disjoint provided by the turtle. Hey, you got to make use of the hammer space if you've got it. What can you say? Okay. Just dancing in midair with Mia not quite done yet, living at 132 off of the back air. Should have said 122. Either way, 2 stocks now. 89%, now 93. As Mia just been giving him the works thus far. However, Carmelo taking advantage of those platforms. Game & Watch getting stuck up there. That's the dash attack again, rearing its head. I'm going to say pun intended that time. Rearing its head and getting it done. Not going to get a cheeky kill off of the upper. The knockback simply not there. It's 56%. But you're able to take a stock advantage, or full stock lead, in fact. And Carmelo kind of left searching for answers. Trying to find his way through, but not really a whole lot you can do when you're not able to get the resources that you need. And knowing that he's able to look for Diamond more efficiently in the center probably helps. You know exactly where Carmelo wants to go in order to power up. One stock apiece now at triple digits. You do have the Diamond pickaxe already, so you're not really hurting for it. Up airs. Nair. What's the coup de grace going to be? Probably going to try to catch him on a landing if you see him pressing buttons. However, not even going to get that far. How about go 2 steps further ahead? Just reach on up there and let the turtle do the work. As one game each now. We're heading to game number 3. However, it is Carmelo's stage pick. Again, Mia, a multiple-time Sumabato champion, the most recent of which being 55, we beat Doramigi by a score of 3-1. That was the New Year's tournament on the 19th. Mia, as a matter of fact, being a 6-time Sumabato champion, going all the way back to 2023. That won a 3-0 against Yoshidora. Has one of the very few people that has the distinction of winning back-to-back Sumabatos, beating Raru and Yaura in the grand finals of 45 and 46. That was back in 2024. Game number 2, right now, Carmelo looking to be in the zone, but is going to recover right into the path of Mia's back air. That turtle's been finding the mark, and hey, if you got a disjoint, who cares if it's a sea turtle? You got to use it. Also, the turtle has a shell. He's fine. 2 stocks apiece now. You know what? You want me to jump into your back air? You can jump right into my up smash. Seems about equal measure, but... Oh, Carmelo does not have the recovery mileage necessary to get back. And Mia... Well, I mean, you're making Carmelo's life hell off stage, so certainly earned by the Game & Watch, who currently holds the ranking of number 4 in the world. There's something to be said about persistence, you gotta say, right? Been doing quite well in this tournament. Wound up taking out Mark. And, yeah, the Yoshi main, it should be said. Mark, who we saw on stream earlier, falling victim to Mia, as well as other dignitaries of the scene. Raki, Hurt, all fell to Mia on the way to Grand Finals. That was over in this top 8. But now Carmelo saying, no more of that. I want my name on the trophy, and I want it now. However, getting the damage piled onto him here on Final Destination. No platforms to hide behind. No ease of construction with the walls. This was, however, Carmelo's stage pick. To knock down Drag Out War, and the last landing hit of back air is what does it to get Carmelo into the air. Gaining Mia the positional advantage at 145. Not going to get the kill quite yet off in there, but the dash attack. Putting him off stage yet again. Oh, wait a second. Dash attack. Not quite going to get it done just there either. But it is going to be the F tilt at the ledge. Just force him up to the ropes and then push him out. That is good old-fashioned sumo, and it's some pretty good old-fashioned smash as well. 2 stocks to 1, and Mia on the cusp of victory. This could very well come down to Carmelo's stage selection. And Carmelo, so impressive in their own right on this run. The intestinal fortitude, the mental wherewithal that he's exhibited should not be understated. However, it is Mia who has the privilege of being on winner's side, and now Carmelo still knucking up and fighting with the axe. I mean, hey, it helps when you can walk and jab, right? But nothing is a given. You're just getting it piled onto you by these up airs. The nair upon landing as well. Mia knows the flow of this matchup all too well. Too many fights against Akala to let anything go remiss, to let any opportunity go untaken. And now, the former Kagaribi champion, Kagaribi 8 in fact. Back in July 22, the former Supernova champion, the defending Supernova champion. This champion of Smash all around the world. The former number 2, now number 4, is looking to be number 1 here in Osaka today, and is on his way, taking the first stock off of Carmelo. Has this upstart Enderman simply run out of gas? You caught the landing perfectly! The down smash, he was waiting for it. He had it charged up the whole time. And now it's Mia firmly in the driver's seat, and Carmelo skidding out of control. The Nair's looking to end it in style. You saw the intention in his eyes. Mia trying to show us how it's done. Don't call him two-dimensional. He is simply Mia. There you go. 3 stocks to 1, and the excitement. Oh, he's got to wrap that up real fast. And the handshake. That is Mia. He games and you watch. Mia, your Sumabato 63 Grand Champion. The excitement in his face. You saw him having fun in that game, number 4. He's just gonna
by the way,
run off.
he's rushing because his last train in a minute.
Oh no! Oh no!
So he's rushing to
no,
the station.
Buddy. He has to just roll, and the crowd is laughing. Oh my goodness! Oh, that's brutal. Carmelo just has to. Oh no, buddy! Oh man, you know what? You're the one who popped off unhurt. You got that, bro. You got it. And he bows, he shows his respect, and he's a good sport about it. And he's walking off to the ovation that he deserves. So that is all good stuff. And now Mia just has to hustle on over to the train. I believe going back to Hyogo, I would imagine. But yeah, that is going to be it for us here at Sumabato 63. Our producer, Watch, very helpfully explaining the JR rail system, the regional rail. So definitely appreciated there. Hopefully, I get a chance to ride it one day, and I believe that was Mia winning a trip to Port Priority. Am I mistaken on that, or?
I believe so. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be out in Seattle in 2 weeks, and sorry.
And also, Mia moved to Tokyo recently, so that's why it's like 8 p.m. in Japan right now, but it's like last train for him.
Oh, that's brutal, man. Yeah, no, hey, those regional trains, they I didn't realize that the Shinkansen would stop slowly, but I guess it is a Sunday, isn't it?
Mhm.
So, yeah, no, that tracks, I guess. But yeah, that's yeah, you better get that. That's probably a good idea. Um, he is probably really mad at Carmelo for making those sets with her take so long. Oh man, that is a what a devious strategy by Carmelo, trying to get him to time out and quit so that he wouldn't miss his train. now, now we're just fully devolving into conspiracy. So I think we better wrap this up. But Watch, thank you so much for being our producer. And honestly, hey, what a great bridge to the scene, to the Western world that we've built between us here on VGBC. And if you want to follow him on Twitter, watch_SSBM. Do you have anything else you want to say to the people? Watch.
Oh no, thank you for watching. Very much. I don't know, my voice is in the stream. I'll just double check. I don't think so, so I'll just turn on. Or maybe yes. Maybe. I hope so.
Maybe.
Okay.
I hope so too.
Yeah. Okay,
Otherwise,
so...
I'm just talking to myself, and people think I'm insane.
Okay, so thank you for watching. So there's a lot of tournaments upcoming in Japan. This
M2K
is...
just confirmed he tweeted that too.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh, that's brutal. Hey,
so there's a lot of tournaments coming up on this, or coming up 9 days. There's like 7 or more tournaments, major tournaments, probably happening in Japan, and probably will be streaming on VG Bootcamp. So stay tuned. Thank you for watching again, and also thank you for Stu, the announcer, for commentating Sumabato as usual. Thank you very much, and yes, we will be closing the stream well soon. So is there anything for Stu to say?
I guess I can say, since it was just announced overnight, and I actually told you this before the stream started, but am I cool to say it here?
Mhm.
Like,
Yep.
oh yeah, I'm gonna be the stage host for the SNK World Championships, so I'm getting to do that. I'll be at DreamHack Atlanta. If any of you are at DreamHack, then come say hi. But yeah, gonna enjoy some Fatal Fury, King of Fighters with the homies. Gonna enjoy it with Colt, a good homie of ours, a Smash friend of ours, and obviously just the ace of King of Fighters in the Western world. So I'm very honored to be able to have that opportunity. And frankly, it was because of what I've been able to build in the Smash world that it's even possible at all. Because frankly, this community deserves so much. The fact that we've gotten so little support from places, that the fact that we've built it into what it is nothing short of a testament to our community and the people that came before us. Certainly, people like M2K who are here in the chat, and HBox, and and people, of course, the people here at VG Bootcamp, right? So thank you for being here, thank you for building it, and thank you for doing the little things, subscribing, retweeting, commenting, that the little things that build up into something so much bigger, because it truly does show that Smash is the greatest community on the planet. And I can't thank you enough for the success that I've been able to attain. So before I get too sappy, yeah, we should just end the stream. Thank you so much for watching Sumabato63, live from Osaka, Japan. I'm Stu, the announcer. Watch has been my producer. Rage on, everyone, until we meet again.